Hello everyone and welcome back to the eEURO 2021. It's time for the playoff rounds. My name is Harry Channon. I will be your host and producer for the entire stream in this evening's action. Thank you so much for joining us. If this is your first time, we ran the eEURO competition in 2020 as well, where the Azzurri, they reigned supreme.
Could have a chance here for Serbia, maybe to upset the Azzurri. It's the first goal of the finals. Look at that ball over the top to Immobile. He'll actually get there, and he lifts it over the keeper. And it's Pellegrini to run onto it. Zaniolo has a runner inside. It's Qualifiers! Mitrovic tackled, and well, it's bounced back here for Jovic. It's off the bar. Acrobatics. Quagliarella, look on the far side. Insigne can maybe go for goal. He's cut back. Double touch, and it's in! What a goal! What a goal for Italy! What a goal for Naples! Italy have just won eEURO 2020 with a fabulous goal!
Well, it was late drama that secured the Azzurri's victory in last year's competition. I think we're all hoping that we'll see something very similar this year because we want to see drama, thrills and spills. Of course, if this is again your first time watching and are not sure how the entire tournament plays out, don't worry, it's fairly simple. Just take a look at this.
The eEURO 2021 is a gaming tournament featuring 55 nations, battling it out on eFootball PES 2021. The tournament is split into three main phases. The first phase is the player selection phase for all national associations. Second phase is the online qualifiers. And the third phase is the finals. During the player selection phase, each one of the 55 nations finds 2 to 4 players to represent them. In phase 2 of the tournament, the online qualifiers, the nations are randomly drawn into 5 groups of 5 teams and 5 groups of 6 teams. The nations playing each other in their respective groups in a round-robin format. First place in each group will qualify directly for the finals, while second-place teams will be drawn into 2 new groups of 5. The top 3 teams in each of these groups will qualify for the finals. During Phase 3, the finals, the 16 qualified nations will be placed into a set of 4 groups, where they'll play each other. The top 2 teams from each group progress onto the next round into the knockout rounds. Eventually, nations are knocked out until 2 remain, and the winning nation is finally crowned as the eEURO 2021 champions.
Well, we're halfway through phase 2 now. The entire purpose of today and next Monday, of course, is for the playoff rounds, the last chance groups for some of these nations to punch their tickets to the finals in the summer. We already have 10 nations there, of course. Let's find out now who those nations are.
Welcome to what amounts to football heaven. It doesn't get a whole lot better than this.
Superb! Goal! Croatia! He scored! Back of the net! And in it goes! Yet another goal in an awesome performance
Well, the finals in the summer are already shaping up to be a very fierce competition indeed, and we're just waiting to see who the remaining nations are that will be joining those nations you just saw. We have 6 spots left for some of these playoff nations to try and secure their ticket to the tournament as well. Luckily for you, it's not just me on the stream today. I'm joined, of course, as I have been throughout the entire qualification campaign, by my good friend and co-analyst here, Stuart Wesley, aka Wes. Wes, I've got to say, we have some juggernaut nations in there already, but there are still some huge nations missing, not only from these playoff groups, but also from the live tournament finals as it is. Today is going to be absolutely bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it all the way through of kind of the last stream where we saw the kind of the runners and riders that were going to be there today. And I think looking at it, I think there are too many good nations in here at this point. You know, you've got the likes of Italy, you've got the Netherlands, you've got Germany, and we saw some shock winners go through in their groups, looking at the likes of Greece, Montenegro. You know, those types of teams you wouldn't really have expected them at the start of the tournament. So I think today we are in for shocks galore, I think.
Absolutely, and for those who missed, of course, the group stages we've been playing for the last couple of months now in eEURO 2021 qualification campaigns. Let's take a bit of a recap here in terms of groups A through J. All of the groups, we're here in the playoffs now. Group A, Spain taking a decisive victory there. They're automatically through as we expected, and it's Ukraine who grabbed that second place spot here, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it was much to be expected from Group A. I think when we looked at Group A, it was kind of called pretty early from a kind of almost like an exit poll that you would have expected Spain to go through, and in fine fashion they did. And great news for the Ukraine, they got themselves just above North Macedonia and were well worth second place in there because they did play some really good football.
They did indeed. Moving on then to Group B, Spain already in the tournament, as are Poland. They beat Germany out on a very, very slim tiebreaker indeed. We had to get the rulebook out to split the two teams, the two nations, and it's Poland who come out on top. They punched their tickets to the finals, and it's Germany who feature today, Wes, with, well, some very tough games ahead of them indeed.
Yeah, and again, one of probably the shocks of the qualification phase was seeing Poland get through, and like you said, by the barest of margins. Germany, of course, kind of just falling a little bit shockingly into a playoff spot. But, you know, we know the mettle of Germany. We know how good their players are. We know how good their players are, and their squad is on the virtual pitch. It remains to be seen whether they can get themselves out of playoffs.
So Poland through Germany into the playoffs. In Group C, Croatia came out on top. They pipped Turkey to the post. Cyprus looked really strong coming into their second match day in this group, but unfortunately fell a bit by the wayside. So it's Croatia through Turkey, who were at the finals last year, have to go through the playoffs this time around.
Yeah, and you know, like we said, these groups, they tended to kind of break out a little bit, and this one was tighter than I think most people expected as well. You know, I think a lot of people were saying, well, it was going to be Turkey and Croatia, but in what order at the top? But Cyprus certainly equipped themselves very well and gave a very good account of themselves. But again, Turkey, a little bit of a sleeper nation in terms of esports, especially in eFootball PES. They're going to have to go some in their playoffs, in their playoff groups to really kind of get themselves through it.
Yeah, Croatia making a finals appearance for the second year in a row. Turkey will be hoping to join them. Over to Group D, Montenegro, they reign supreme here. 22 points, by far and away the most in the group. And then the next nearest was Austria, who come through and just pip Kosovo and Slovenia through to the playoff round here, Wes.
Yeah, I think after the first kind of match day of the qualification phase, I think we very much kind of looked at it and said, well, Montenegro looked to be kind of out in front, and it was kind of who's going to finish second. And Austria put a couple of results together, got themselves through. And again, in terms of the way that they play, we've seen it from the likes of their players that they have kind of controlling their players. They have it in them to beat big nations. They have it in them to pull off a couple of shock results here and there. And of course, in a player like Marko Arnautovic, they have a kind of a leading number 9. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can put that to good use.
Absolutely it will. On then to Group E, Serbia, last year's runners-up, falling just at the final moment to the Italians who reign supreme. They are the group leaders in Group E. They did drop a game, but 21 points, that was enough to see them through automatically into the tournament in the summertime. And then runners-up, Russia, they actually beat Bosnia and Herzegovina, who are at the finals in last year's tournament. They are now into the playoff groups, so we'll be seeing them today.
Yeah, great news for Russia. I mean, in terms of the way that they equipped themselves, again, they have players of very much interest. They have Fedor Shalov, they have Golovin, they have players, Miranchuk, they have players who can do damage, and they certainly did that in the qualification phase. Of course, we saw Serbia, last year's runners-up. You would expect them to get out of that group, but it was closer than a lot of people expected.
Yes, it was indeed. Group F was a little bit more straightforward. Israel last year were really, really impressive. They just missed out on the perfect qualification group here. 28 points, though, by far and away, again, the most in the group. Belgium, 6 points behind them. And it will be the Belgium team, the Belgian nation, we'll be seeing in today's playoff groups as well. They'll be featured fairly heavily, I think, and there'll be a lot of eyes on the Belgium team because, as you said, you mentioned some notable names before. They have a very, very strong squad at their disposal.
Yeah, and it's one thing having the squad at your disposal. It's another thing knowing what to do with them. And Belgium certainly have kind of found that rhythm with that team. And they certainly have found a way to get into the playoffs. Of course, Israel, we know of their capabilities. We've seen it from Daniel Orel. We've seen it from their players that they have at their disposal, the likes of Dabur, Zahavi. They have those players there to make the damage. And to be fair to them, they were worthy winners. And it'll be interesting to see how Belgium get on today. It really will.
Yeah, well, we'll be keeping an eye on them, as will plenty of people around the world. Israel making a finals appearance for the second year running. Over to Group G, Romania, another team, another nation, making it 2 finals appearances out of 2 in consecutive years. Luxembourg just missed out by 3 points. They were in the final tournament last year as well, but this time they have to go through the playoff groups.
Yeah, these two were both my kind of sleeper hits of last year in terms of the tournament. Obviously, Romania getting to the semi-finals and really putting themselves on the map with the likes of Irma, being able to put their players to good use. And Luxembourg, for me, although they are probably one of the smallest nations here, they've certainly got a lot of heart, and they've certainly shown that. I mean, to be 7 points clear of Hungary, really good effort from them into the playoffs today, where, as like we probably are going to go into it on this broadcast, anything can and probably will happen in this playoff standards.
Don't blink, don't move from your screens. Over to Group H then. Portugal have made it to the finals. They missed out last year and they were drawn into a very difficult group alongside the reigning champions, but they got the better of them and Portugal through. Italy, they have all of a sudden quite a lot to do here, Wes, because they're the reigning champions.
Yeah, and that, again, one of the big shocks where, you would expect Italy to kind of, to continue that good form. The squad hasn't really changed that much, both on the pitch and off the pitch. But I think this kind of goes to where Portugal's kind of revenge mission almost took on. There was very much we were disappointed with how we played last year. We're disappointed about how we went out in the playoffs. We're not letting that happen again. And full credit to Portugal and their setup. And now it's all for Italy to do. The pressure really is on now.
Yeah, one of the biggest nations in the playoff groups is Italy. Over to Group I, and France, well, they did drop a game to Azerbaijan, but other than that, were pretty faultless. They make their second finals appearance in consecutive years. Albania, the runners-up, and this one, Wes, was such a tightly contested group. It was essentially a toss-up between Albania, Norway, Azerbaijan and Denmark. In the end, it's Albania who will be featuring today and next Monday, of course, in these playoff groups.
Yeah, I think on the last match day, I think that kind of second spot was just mixing between, 3 teams or 4 teams at any one time. I think France, as we know their capabilities, last year's semi-finalists, again, we got, Latvia and Mazmakabeel, who both play for Monaco, that, they are kind of the cream of the crop. But to see that kind of group and how interesting that group got, it was really, really important that Albania just nudged out in front at the right time. And we talked about how important these games were and getting points and getting across the line. It didn't matter how and which way they did, but Albania got themselves through.
They did indeed, and we'll see them later on today. Finally rounding out the groups, a big, big shock in Group J. Greece beating out the Netherlands. Greece making their second finals appearance in a row, automatically over the Netherlands. This is I mean, quite a big shock, isn't it, Wes? Because the Netherlands, such a strong nation. We'll see them again today, but all of a sudden they're thrown into these playoff groups with these huge nations, and there's a chance, isn't there, that maybe we could see Netherlands not even make the final tournament here.
I mean, if you look at the table, they were lucky to get into the playoffs as well. I mean, Georgia only a point off them. I mean, and we saw the performance that Georgia put on against the Netherlands, and you could see that the capabilities were there certainly for Georgia. And again, it's these kind of heavy expectations with these big nations and kind of big setup. It's whether you can take that pressure. Can you hold it together? Can you get yourselves across the line? And again, for a word on the group winners, Greece were absolutely over the moon with getting out of that group as group winners, and they've punched their ticket. And like you said, the Netherlands, they've got some work to do, but as have all the major nations, or as of all the nations who are in the playoffs.
Absolutely right. Let's take a look then at what the playoff group draw had to bring us. Here are the groups you'll be seeing throughout this Monday and next Monday. Of course, we'll go into them a little bit more in detail, but you can see here a glimpse of some of your favourite nations and where they lie. We'll start with Group A then, Wes. Obviously, no one's played a game yet, so we're all on a level playing field. But this one, I mean, they're both really tough groups, but this one, I mean, it has Germany, who were at last year's finals, Luxembourg were at last year's finals, Netherlands were as well, and we know how tricky Russia and Albania are. This is a real shark tank of a group.
Yeah, there's pitfalls everywhere. I mean, you always say there's no easy games, and there's plenty of kind of sayings of, there's never an easy game here. This is the epitome of it. There are so many pitfalls here for each team, because if you look at it from Luxembourg's perspective, or you look at it from Germany's perspective, or from the Netherlands or Russia or Albania, there isn't an easy game here. There isn't we can pick up 3 points here, or we can pick up 6 points here. There's no easy games there, and it's far, far too close to call. Hopefully by the end of today's broadcast, we'll have a little bit more of an understanding as where these teams are, but right now it's anybody's.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at Russia, Germany, Netherlands. Any combination of those two nations play each other, it's going to be a very fun time indeed. Then we'll take a look at Group B, which, I mean, is just as stacked. You got the reigning champions. You have Ukraine, Austria, Turkey, who were at last year's tournament as well, and then rounding out the group, Belgium. It doesn't get easy from this point, does it, Wes? I mean, it's just so difficult in these playoff groups, and that's the wonder of this format, because you get to see some fantastic games, and no doubt we'll be jumping into this group quite heavily today. But I mean, this is just as difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, and you look at it, and as much as people may sit at home and go, oh well, you know what, Italy, reigning champions, yep, that was last year. What have you done for me lately? Is the saying I'd look at now, and Italy have got a job to do here. But you look at where they're going to pick up points, and unless they put the performances in, any one of those four teams can take them out on any given day, and that is, like you said, it is the beauty of this format. You're going to see teams that are going to have to throw a little bit of caution to the wind. There's no more, we'll play and we'll try and get an easy game. It's you've got to show up or show out. There's no two ways about it.
Absolutely right. Let's take a look then at what our first match day in the playoff groups has to offer for us here on the broadcast. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. We'll start things in just a moment by my watch. Albania taking on Russia over in Group A. Then we'll stick with Group B for a little while. Belgium taking on Turkey, and then Austria in a double header. Then we'll see Austria take on Turkey. Fun little mini tournament we have there between those three nations. And then finding out, I mean, we were kind of speaking about our final match of the day. You called it, Wes, as the main event. Germany versus the Netherlands. That is going to be a mouth-watering clash to finish off the stream. And any thoughts on any of these matches? It's going to be a great day's action.
Oh, most definitely, and we can speak about the main event in lots of detail, but it's the interesting bit of the four games preceding it as well. You look at the likes of Albania, you look at Belgium, we're going to get a very good look at them today. You look at the likes of Turkey, are they going to get off to a flying start? It's all going to be about your first game. Can you set the tone early? Can you get yourself off and running? I think with the main event, however, we all know the history that goes with Germany versus the Netherlands. It's just going to continue, and it's just going to be chaos.
Absolutely.
Beautiful chaos is what it's going to be.
Beautiful chaos indeed, but by my watch we are about ready to go with Albania taking on Russia. We'll take a very short break, and when we come back we'll kick off the playoff groups here in the eEURO 2021 tournament. Don't go anywhere. Well, it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Time to kick off the playoff groups here at the eEURO 2021 tournament. Albania taking on Russia to start things off. Two nations that will be hungry to pick up points wherever they can in these groups. Because as we've said before, there are plenty of big nations waiting to capitalise on any slip-up at any opportunity. We have Albania kicking from left to right, controlled by Andreas FC. And then Roma to Rio is controlling Russia, kicking the other way. You can see here in the bottom right hand of your screen, Russia very, very defensive, not wanting to concede from the first kickoff. We see that quite often, just to make sure that your players are dropping as deep as possible. Chalov's through here, actually, for Roma to Rio. Real chance here for Russia, maybe to open the scoring. And somehow he's blazed it over the bar. This one, though, where's the first real chance of the game, and maybe he should be doing better.
Yeah, you've got to be scoring those. I mean, it's a really good through ball. It catches the defence unawares. Just couldn't find the finish, and it's those types of chances that you have to take advantage of, especially at this early stage. 10 minutes into your first game, not to set the tone early, get yourself a goal, get yourself comfortable. Instead now, it's back to a deadlock, it's 0-0, and the nerves will still be jangling for both teams here.
Albania looking to try and immediately respond as a player threw in behind, but he was offside. Really good start to the match so far. Both nations really going for it. Of course, this is a two-legged affair. Aggregate score across the two matches is what's going to be deciding where the points go. Of course, they'll have a chance to play each other again on next Monday's Matchday 2 in the playoff groups as well. Make sure you're staying tuned for that. For now, though, Albania and Andreas coming forward, and there's the opening goal. Out of absolutely nothing. Great pressure from Albania, and they take the lead.
It's a bit of a scuff pass that gets the opportunity to get that through ball in. It's that first touch dummy that we see so much we've seen so much in this qualification. You can see that just takes the first touch, gets it out of his feet, and Manaj with a fantastic finish into the top right-hand corner. And Albania take the lead, and like we said, you've got to set the stall out early. You've got to get in and amongst it, and it's brilliant play from Andreas. You can see now goes immediately to defensive from kickoff. You know how prevalent it can be to score from kickoffs in eFootball, Pez. He's giving away a free kick now, though.
Yeah, and this will certainly invite the Russians forward. First blood, though, goes to Albania. Chance, though, for Roma to Rio to swing one in. Golovin's making a lovely run in behind, but the keeper's there first. He survived the kick-off here, Andreas, and that will give him a bit of confidence now going forwards. Five minutes gone, and now Albania looking to try and double their lead here. Balaj here inside the Russian box, but Semenov cleans up really nicely. Ironov get a second chance at this. Chanov can't find Golovin, but the press is very high up the pitch here from Russia. Albania need to be careful. Room on this near side. Tackled well by Roma to Rio. Apart from the goal, he's looked okay defensively, but going forward he keeps giving the ball away a couple of times where perhaps if the result doesn't go his way, he might start rueing. Ten minutes to go till half time. It's been a back and forth game ever since the goal. As there may be one last chance before half-time approaches, not if passing like that is anything to go by. Russia struggling to put the passes together. Albania, though, come forward now. Minaj, the goal scorer, was the intended target there. Xhaka. Look at this, Balaj is in behind, he's got a second chance and it's in off the post! Is it going to be ruled out? It is! That one looks very harsh indeed. Well, it could have been two. The assistant has other ideas, and right on the stroke of half-time, Wes, maybe that should have been two.
Yeah, it was really good movement from Albania. You've noticed as we see Russia try and launch the last attack of the half.
Well, Shalov has a chance to maybe scoop that one back, but you were saying, Wes.
Yeah, so you can see that Albania, now that they have that early goal, they have grown into the game. You can see Andreas' confidence is up, and he's able to kind of install his game plan. You know, keeping the ball, finding gaps in this Russian defence. Whereas Russia, it seems to have gone more direct, you know, and it's kind of suffering as a result because you go too direct too early. You end up coughing the ball up and you just lose possession. You've got to kind of use that ball, you know, as much as you can. I mean, you can see the press here is really good from Roma to Rio, but just can't get the ball away from Albania.
So the side switch then at half-time. Russia now in the ascendancy, attacking from left to right, but Albania man's caught late. The referee's played a good advantage though, because there's a counter-attack on here. Seferi looking for Balaj up top, but this has been quite an open game considering it's 1-0. Both nations really giving it a good go. Of course, Russia chasing the game. Rockin looking to try and scoop one in there. Golovin with a nice double touch. Beats his man, but then it's just crowded out, and then Xhaka is able to snatch the ball back. Oh, that's a wayward pass, bit of a gift there to Russia. Chalov tackled well. That time the skill move not working in Roma to Rio's favour. Good sense though, there's probably more goals in this game. It's very open, isn't it?
Yeah, you can sense that both teams are trying to go as as direct as they can, but again, the more you lose the ball, and that's a cheap foul given away by Russia, the more you lose the ball, the more opportunity you're giving your opponent to counter-attack, especially if you're playing more attacking. It causes its own issue. If you, and as we've seen during the qualification phase, the more you push forward, the more space you're giving your opponent to counter-attack you. And if your defence is as stubborn as the Albanian one is at the moment, and you can really launch a counter and get in behind. But Russia, they're still trying to play their game. They're still trying to get the ball forward. I'm surprised there's not been any subs yet. I mean, we're getting into that kind of golden time of substitutes.
Yeah, big space here though for Ionov. He's going to go for goal, but drags it wide. It's probably one of the best chances that Russia's had, apart from that Golovin chance in the first half. So much time and space, why not pull the trigger there?
Maybe we would have tested the keeper a little bit more had it been Chalov. As you can see now, the substitutions are coming on. I think I've just sort of started in the top left-hand corner as well. Albania have had nearly 70% of the possession. You can see there Djuba's come on, who will be a big physical target for Russia to aim at. So we kind of know where the game plan's going from a Russia standpoint, but Albania have got to be careful here.
Oh, that's a big press from Russia. Albania put under all sorts of pressure. And you called it. The man who's barely been on the pitch for a minute. He's equalised things for Russia.
That comes from trying to be too smart for your own good. I mean, it's all well and good playing possession football, but if the press is coming, as we've seen from Russia all throughout this game, it's forced an error. It was a really bad error, and it was, to be fair to Roma to Rio, he's done well just to get a body in front of it. It's bounced to Djuba, and again, fresh on substitute, is not going to miss from there. Andreas will be kicking himself, but it's a profit of his own downfall. You can't be giving chances away like that, especially in the playoffs. Especially when every goal will count here today, and Djuba gives Russia a kind of level up. Now all of a sudden it's game on again.
Absolutely, you're thinking maybe you should be booting that one into the stands when you see the two Russian forwards coming at you, but that will give Roma to Rio, and more importantly his teammates still to play in the second leg. All the confidence in the world to go on and maybe win this tie now. There's a long ball looking for Ionov behind. Dealt with well though. These last 15 or so in-game minutes have been very fruitful for Russia. They look the more succinct team coming forward. They're building here once again. Ionov looking for Djuba, but he's dispossessed before he can do so. Going to be brought back for a foul, but I mean, final, what, 20 in-game minutes now, maybe less, Wes. This one's poised on a knife edge. Of course, you're thinking about the second leg still to come as well. Do you push for a winner here if you're either nation?
I think you have to, given the kind of the, like we said, the importance of the first game in the playoffs. You've got to push for a winner to just give your teammate a little bit more something to go on here.
Look at this, Azuni's in and he's scored for Albania. Right as we're questioning whether or not you go on. It's a substitute again that's making the difference. He's been on the pitch in less than 2 in-game minutes and he's already made the difference here for Albania. It's 2-1.
Azuni, again, we talked about powers of recovery. We've spoke about it a lot throughout the throughout the qualification stage of powers of recovery. It's a neat little knockdown. It's a give, it's a pass away. It's put one pass more. It's a little kind of chip ball through. It's a really good finish, and Andreas, again, to his credit, has bounced back from a disappointing error and has made his way through. You can see they're just clipped behind the legs of the defender. That's a really neat finish. And again, Andreas, fair play to him for getting out of that mindset of I've caused an error and I've could have cost my team. He's got himself back in front. And again, now it's all for Russia to do here.
Just over 10 in-game minutes to defend the lead now going into the second leg for Andreas and, of course, Albania. Crossed in, though, looking for the goal scorer. Can he find a teammate? No, he cannot. Russia win the ball back, though. It's wasted once more. Now, if you're Roma to Rio, you maybe start to, again, rue some of the chances you had that you didn't take when you had that period of ascendancy.
You think about the Chalov chance in the first half, that immediately springs to mind here. It could have been a completely different complexion on the game, but he's not out of it just yet.
Bakayev. Zuber trying to use his muscular frame. He's won the ball back once again. It's not the first time we've seen a mistake at the back here from Andreas. One, and yeah, it's maybe out of frustration. Trying to break up the play, perhaps. There's a free kick, though, for Russia. In a very enticing position. '88th minute of the match. Played short. Kuzyaev. Albania clear the ball once more. More tackles designed to break up the play. This one's been given as a free kick to Russia. 90th minute of the match now. Bakayev. Oh, Irokin's in behind and he scored! Equaliser in stoppage time for Russia. You sensed it was coming. Albania, they tried to dig deep. But in the end, Russia get their equaliser right at the death.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it comes from cynical fouls. If you're giving away fouls, especially at this time of the game, you don't be giving them away inside your own half. A brilliant piece of play from Roma Torrio. Finds the player that he needs. I mean, you can see this little turn here. Just gets himself out, realises where the danger is. Threads a brilliant through ball in and then has the coolness to finish it off under pressure. 2-2 in stoppage time. A brilliant kind of grandstand finish from Russia. I mean, still minutes on the clock here. We'll have to see whether Albania can summon up something else.
Well, what a way to start off the playoff groups. There might still be more goals in it yet. Here is Uzuni. He's already got one to his name. Is that a foul? Fans in the stadium say yes, the referee says no, he's unmoved. That will do it for the first leg between Albania and Russia. 4 goals, split evenly between the two nations. We could not have asked for more. When we come back, we'll have the second leg and the conclusion of this fantastic match between these two nations. Well, it was 2-2 in the first leg. If the first leg's anything to go by, I think we're in for an explosive affair here. It's Russia attacking from left to right in their home strip. We have Albania in the all-white, attacking from right to left. New players, of course, on the sticks. Camario, 14, in for Russia. Pesmeister is in for Albania. Same old commentators, of course. Harry Channon here alongside Stuart Wesley-Wes. First leg, 2-2. Surely it can't get better than that.
Well, it was what we wanted and what we expected was two teams to come out of the blocks, try and attack one another, not do the caginess and trying to keep the ball. Instead, they tried to go at each other. And again, it was a series of mistakes from Albania that really gave Russia the 2 goals to get back into the game.
Russia have a real chance. Zobnin denied. Zuba gets to start this time around. Up top with Chalov for Russia. But I suppose it's almost easier, isn't it, when you come into a second leg, knowing it is all tied up. Both nations proving they can score against each other. That might make things easier. Or do you think maybe it would make both players maybe a bit more nervous, a bit more cagey to start this game off as Albania look to try and attack?
Well, I think realistically, I think if you're a player and you're playing with a teammate, you'll be happy if it's the same score and that you don't have to try and overscore, if that makes sense. You haven't got to go to a 3-1 or a 4-2. You've got to basically just win the game. You don't have to do anything else. So at least you know your job here. But you know, again here, I mean, hopefully you're just looking for people not to cause mistakes, because that's really what cost Albania in the first game. And Russia do need to step it up in the attacking phase. As good as they've been going forward, they need to kind of be on the front foot, get in the ascendancy early and really push the issue with Albania.
Well, both nations have had decent chances in the opening 20 minutes. Still goalless, though. Russia now come forward. Here's Golovin. Chalov with a really nice back heel. Juba, this is some nice passing from Russia, but there's finish from Zobnin. Straight at the keeper. He's got to do better from there.
To beat a goalkeeper like Strakosha, you gotta put a little bit more on it than that. And I think there was a touch of manual keeping in there as well. Hence why he held the ball rather than parrying it. But again, a little bit of fortune to give Russia the chance. Slight deflection there, but Albania yet to have a real chance here, and we're almost halfway through the first half here.
Manaj now for Albania. I think it's taken the deflection through. Much like the first game between these two nations, we're seeing a similar pattern of play. Plenty of open chances. Possession split evenly. First corner of the game. Step over not working out in Pesmeister's favour. Balaj is waiting, couldn't quite win the header. Alexei Miranchuk is dispossessed, and well, we have 15 in-game minutes until half-time. Albania have another chance here. Maybe Seferi could pass the ball off there, instead went for a fake shot. And I mean, if you're any of the 10 nations already qualified for the finals, Wes, are you maybe looking at either of these two nations as potential candidates to join you there? I mean, we only have 6 spots between the 2 playoff groups.
Yeah, I mean, and like we said, at this point of the, you know, at the playoff group stage, this is where you want to get yourselves off to a good start. You don't want to be leaving to last game shootouts to get yourself through. You want to be getting as many points as you can early on, and these two teams being very stubborn in their defence. That's the only real word I can summon for it. But at the moment, they are trying to push it, and they have shown flashes of being able to kind of get an attacking move going. So I think they're teams to be wary of if they do make it through. Again, you know, as we always say, anybody can beat anybody on any given day. So Yeah, I mean here, you just seen the ball break down constantly as Albania try and make their way through.
Yeah, well recovered though by Camario. 5 minutes till half time, still scoreless. Of course, the first leg was 2-2. So as things stand, we're going to see, I think I'm right in saying, the first draw that we've seen on the UEFA broadcast here. Across all of our qualifying rounds, all the matches we've covered covered plenty of them as well. If it were to stay like this, I think this would be our first time sharing the points between the two nations. But we enter the half 0-0.
I think a draw at this stage is not good use to either of these teams because, again, we'll not get these opportunities much more than here. You know, if you're looking at teams that are in this group, you're looking at the likes of Germany, etc. You want to get these points as quickly as you can.
Absolutely. Of course, they'll have a chance again to play against each other next Monday, where we will be sending our final 6 nations to the eEURO 2021 finals when we round up the playoff groups. For now, though, this is match day 1 of the playoff groups. And Russia have a chance here. Golovin. Ranchuk back to Golovin, but he's dispossessed, and maybe a bit of indecisiveness on the ball. A bit of indecision is a bit fatal at the moment for both nations.
It just seems to get to that edge of the box and they just don't quite get enough of a chance. There's a lot of pressure on the ball, as you're seeing Albanian defenders come flying through to get the ball. You can see it from Russia as well. The minute that ball gets anywhere near the box, you can see there as well, Semenov coming straight out of the defence. There's pressure on this ball all the time, so it's just a case of, can you evade it quick enough to get the ball through?
Pressure from Albania, absolutely relentless, but this is a good period of possession for Russia. Ranchuk will win the ball back here as well. Zuba, Golovin, Shalov. He's been fouled, has he, on the edge of the box? This will be a Russian free kick.
It's going to be a real key moment in this game.
Look at how close this one is. Golovin, will he go for goal? He did in the end, but it was very lacklustre indeed. He was maybe hoping for a deflection there, but the referee's assistant said nope, all the way through.
A real waste of a free kick, because again, if you're the players of eFootball PES at home, you'll know how easy it can be to score free kicks at times. You've got to at least put it on target and give this keeper something to do.
Ranchuk took a strike there as well. Russia really starting to build into this game. He's won the ball back here as well, Alexei Miranchuk. But for Camario and Pezmeister, deadlock seemingly impossible to break. Uzdayev. Shalov, fake strike. Oh, he's just dragged it wide. Built enough room with the dummy and then took his strike straight away, but it just goes agonisingly wide of the post.
Really good movement there from Camario. Just couldn't quite get enough on it to curl it into that near post, or that far post as it was. Again, small chances. There's not really been anything of real note to really look at here in terms of chances. And again, you're looking at Albania. They're on kind of their blue defensive. Are they happy to go with a point? Are they happy to try and grind this out, or did they see themselves getting a goal on the counter?
They have the ball here, but it's looking more and more like Russia were to be the nation to break the deadlock at this point. 73rd minute of the match. Time running out, and surely both of these nations must see each other as direct rivals in the group. 3 points against The other would be a massive knockout blow, and Chalov's trying to get in behind here. He goes straight for goal. Well, the goalie's just returning. The strike from distance was saved. Third bite of the cherry now for Russia. Golovin goes for goal. There'll be a corner. That was a huge period of play, and Albania survived.
Yeah, it's that onslaught that came from Russia there. 2 or 3 chances in the space of what felt like 30 seconds. Really, really good pressure there. And they have weaponry at a corner to aim for. So, you know, if there are Russian voices out there, listen, you have options, you have weaponry to use. Dzyuba is still, I believe, on the pitch. I know there's some substitutions that have come on there. Looks like he's still there. He's the big target here.
Swung in, can't find a Russian head or a boot. Semenov. Dzyuba is there, but is just let down by his touch, I think. Albania hanging on for now. Into the final 10 in-game minutes as well. You'd say a goal here probably would win it for either nation. Ionov reacts first, goes for goal! Saved once again by the goalkeeper.
Strakosha with a massive save there. Really good play again from Kamario. Big manual save as well. Keeps Albania in it, and it's this Russian onslaught. Can they find a goal?
Rockin with the corner. Zobnin will retrieve on the edge, but Pezmeister and Albania, they survive, and maybe a counter-attack can come across here. But instead it is all one-way traffic in the final 5 in-game minutes now. Dzyuba, Rockin's trying to run in behind again, but it's only the Albanian keeper, Strakosha, who is denying them at this point. 3 fantastic saves he's made.
One of the best goalkeepers in the Italian league at this moment in time. Just proving why here.
Just when Albania thought they might be able to conjure up an attack, it's denied by the referee's assistant. 2-2 in the first leg. Is it destined to end 0-0? To share the points between these two nations. 2 minutes added on. It's now or never for Russia. Could be now or never for Albania. They'll get the final attack of the game by the looks of things. Minaj for Pezmeister. Can't quite get the pass to hook up, and it will end 0-0 in our first game of the playoff groups. Well, Wes, I mean, how do we sum up that one? 2-2 in the first one. We asked if it could get better or not. And in the end, just 2 evenly matched nations.
It's the most entertaining draw that I've seen in some time. And again, 2 nations there battling away. And Russia will probably feel slightly hard done by the fact that they didn't get a goal in that second leg. But again, credit to Albania for keeping them out. And it will just kind of it will remain to be seen, you know, going further forward as to whether this result was any good for either of these teams.
We shall see. Well, we're a little ahead of schedule, which means we can fit in an extra game for you, which means next up we're going to see Italy, the reigning champions, taking on Ukraine. Don't go anywhere. Well, the reigning champions are into the playoff groups. It's not how they would have wanted to qualify, but they're still alive in the eEURO 2021 hunt for qualification. They take on Ukraine in a very, very difficult matchup indeed. I'm Harry Channon, alongside me, of course, as ever, Stuart Wesley. Wes, Italy, they came into this year with targets on their backs. They had a really tough group with Portugal, of course, and have ended up here. It was always going to be between one of those two nations to see who had to go through this means. For now, though, it's Italy starting off really well with Belotti, and it's an early goal. But has it been ruled out? It has. We'll see how close this one is. Belotti looked sure to open the scoring, and well, he's got it right, hasn't he? Great finish, but it's ruled out. I'll finish my question. Do you think Italy now, is the pressure on them?
Yeah, it's massively on them. I really, really do. I mean, you come out of eEURO 2020, you are the champions, and now you find yourself in a playoff group. Now the pressure really is on, because the eyeballs of a country and the eyeballs of an esports nation are now on you. It's gone from being, oh well, we expected to get through, we want to kind of go back to back, and now staring down the hole of potentially not even getting to the finals.
Would be a huge shock indeed. It is Naples controlling Italy, and we have Igor in for Ukraine. And Ukraine did really well to get to this point as well. Another one of those nations that we think, come the knockout competition, could really upset some of the big boys. Of course, they all fancy themselves as big boys in and of themselves.
Well, this is the thing with stat balancing. We spoke about it quite a lot through the qualification process, is that with stat balancing, it really does give, in inverted commas, smaller nations the ability to go toe-to-toe with these individuals and to go toe-to-toe with these teams. So, it kind of equalises that kind of narrative.
Well, Belotti's in behind. He's onside this time. Denied by the goalkeeper. Oh, Yaremchuk can start to bring the ball the other way here for the Ukraine. Juna Moraes, Conor play anchor, is in behind as well. Donnarumma had to be quick off his line for Naples. Interesting to see El Shaarawy start, of Roma, of course. Belotti's looked lively already. Zaniolo, lovely turn, goes for goal, denied by the goalkeeper once more. Ukraine are hanging on in the opening 20. Chance for a counter punch maybe. Conor play anchor. It's high, wide and not so handsome. Well, we know Italy like to play this frustrating possession style. Do you think maybe that's something Igor's going to be happy to contend with here? It seems to me the way Ukraine are set up, they want to hit on the break, and well, defensively they're going to have to be at the top of their game with the likes of El Shaarawy, who's won himself a free kick here by the looks of things. In fact, no, it's going to be given the other way by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think looking at the way that Ukraine have set up and looking at the early stages of this, they look happy to really absorb pressure, and to kind of counter-punch where they can. And let's not mistake it. The likes of Malinovsky, the likes of Kolopianka, they have go-to players that they can find and really cause some issues for Italy here. But again, Italy are going to need to be careful here that they are pushing and giving an opportunity for this Ukrainian counter-attack. They're going to have to be careful.
Conor Plyanka now for Igor. 10 in-game minutes to go until half-time. Jorginho picks the pockets. Belotti, Zaniolo. Nice turn. Come out to Florenzi. Gonna play anchor. Junior Reyes was the target, but considering it's 0-0, both nations again look very threatening. There's lots of space here for Italy, and Belotti maybe could make something here. It's a mix-up at the back. It's Immobile! 1-0 to the reigning champions. Ukraine, they did not clear their lines. And it's that man right there who capitalises. 1-0.
Yeah, that goal there is a symptom of playing a back pass to a goalkeeper basically far too close. The keeper comes out and looks like he was going to try and claim a hold of it. In that animation, it's caused a bit of a calamity there. The keeper's not taken a touch at all. And again, the awareness for Naples to get that ball back to Immobile. You could maybe ask questions of the defender not throwing his body in the way, but again, Immobile is not going to care, and neither will Italy at this point.
Oh, you sensed it was coming. 5 minutes before half-time in the first leg. Naples 1, Igor 0. Immobile. El Shaarawy with a really good run in behind. Goes for that far post. And the chance goes begging. One minute added on. Junior Reyes is trying to get in behind. He's through here as well. Oh, the fake shot might have just proved his downfall. Yaremchuk, Konoplyanka. Ukraine ending the half in a flurry. But none of the chances end up in a goal.
Yeah, it's those types of margins. I mean, it was almost as though Naples had read that dummy that was coming. And again, if you've already executed the dummy, you have no chance, you have no opportunity to kind of get yourself back the other way. So again, for Igor, as good as those two chances were, it needed one of them to go in to really kind of just set the cat amongst the pigeons before second half. But as it stands, Italy still in the lead. But again, this Ukraine side not out of it yet. I mean, we've seen 1-0 leads overturned all of the time throughout the qualification stage, so expect there to be more of that in the offing here.
Italy looking to double their lead. As it looks like it will be a foul. And time for some substitutes here as well. Look at that, 73% possession. But Konoplyanka is in behind, and well, Bonucci's got in. Has he got the ball? Junior Reyes still on his feet. How are Italy still maintaining this clean sheet? For all the possession the Italians have, Ukraine look really, really dangerous. El Shaarawy look to try and scoop across in, but it will only bounce out off of him. Junior Reyes. Zinchenko was trying to run in behind. Chiesa looking to try and get Immobile involved. If you are just joining us, this is the first leg between Italy and Ukraine. Both find themselves runners-up in their respective groups and are now into the playoff groups, with only 3 spots in each group containing 5 nations. Every result matters. We've already seen Albania take on Russia in our first game of the stream. Ended 2-2 on aggregate. Still to come, we'll have Belgium taking on Turkey, and then Austria. Following that, Austria taking on Turkey, and then finishing the day off with Germany versus the Netherlands. Florenzi, Zaniolo, Di Lorenzo. Bernardeschi was asking the question. Final 20 in-game minutes now. Yaremchuk. Back to him now. Marlos, Junior Moraes, back to Marlos. Great interplay between the two. He goes for goal! Some great build-up here, Wes, but the finish again just seems to be lacking for Ukraine. Is it going to be one of those days, I wonder?
It may just be. I think half the ground thought that was in, especially from my viewpoint. I've got my head in my hands thinking that that was a goal. Really good passing that was there from Ukraine. It needs to be snappy. It needs to be short. It needs to just try and dislodge and move this Italian defence about a bit, because at the moment they're getting chances, but they need to convert. They really do.
Possible danger at the back here for Ukraine. Bernardeschi's won the ball back. Zaniolo, well, had the ball found its way through to Immobile, it would have been offside, so no time to dwell on the what-ifs, because they have some defending to do. Marlos, Junior Moraes, back to him, he goes for a goal! What a finish! What an absolute rocket! To equalise against the reigning champions! What a strike this is, 1-1.
What an absolute peach of a hit. And again, it's good, it's snappy. You can see here the pass, takes the hold up, takes the dummy, takes the defensive block out of the equation, and beats Donnarumma. All ends up brilliant goal from Junior Moraes, and Ukraine very well worth that goal. Yeah, let's not have it understated. They played very, very well up until this point and deserve that equaliser. And again, against the reigning champions, we've got to give them some credit here, and again sets up for the last 10 minutes of the game that could be very, very crucial in an already tight qualification or playoff group.
Well, we're sometimes critical of players who are a little too fancy with the ball and maybe overuse the dummy shot, but that was executed to absolute perfection by Igor. He has some defending to do though. Immobile, Bernardeschi! No conviction on the finish. It comes back to Immobile. Zaniolo's arriving. Zaniolo! Good save.
How big could those two saves be for Ukraine? The danger is not clear yet though.
Well, looks like they've released the pressure valve, but it might just come back to haunt them here. Jorginho. Naples starting to pull the strings now in the final minutes of the match. Immobile, back to him, Immobile! Saved again! Into the second of 2 minutes added on here in the first leg. Bernardeschi. Here he is again. Will he get there before the ball goes out of play? The linesman says yes. Jorginho. Zaniolo looking for Chiesa. It's put behind for a corner, but the referee has seen enough for the first leg between Italy and Ukraine. It ends 1-1. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have the second leg. Time for the second leg between Ukraine and Italy. The reigning champions, decked out in blue, took the lead in the first leg, but Ukraine came back and stole their thunder. We have Sergio Bibica in for the Ukrainian team, and Nikoldan to represent the reigning champions. Italy, of course, attacking from right to left, and well, could be a chance here early on. Immobile has a couple of defenders still to beat. Shabanov comes across nicely, and that gives me time to introduce my fellow commentator, Stuart Wesley. Whereas after the first leg, I mean, it's anyone's game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's set up exactly as we saw in the first game of the stream. A draw in the opening game. Again, you know where you need to be. Nikoldan, Sergio Bibica will know exactly what they need to do here. They just need to go out and win the game. And again, you've got two very interesting players here with very contrasting styles. It'll be interesting to see exactly how this game plays out, because we've seen the attacking threat that Ukraine possess. We know the Italian possession game. We know how good that can be. It's you know, its styles make fights. You know, to steal a catchphrase, it is that good at this point, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see exactly how this all falls apart here.
Yaremchuk, Yarmolenko. Will be intriguing to watch, to see if the Italians have as much room in behind the Ukrainian defence. I thought for a moment there they would be in trouble, but Donnarumma plays the ball out. Concise passing from Ukraine. Yarmolenko might get to this first as well. Oh, the high press is causing Nikoldan all kinds of problems here in the opening 20 minutes. And again, a bit of an unforced error there.
It's these unforced errors that the Ukraine have to take advantage of. It's a poor throw, ball goes straight back to Nikoldan. But good pressure there, again, gives away the foul. You know, for as good as the pressure is from the Ukraine, the minute they get the ball back, they're going to have to do something with it. You know, we saw it from Igor last game. Sergio Bibica's got to do the same here.
I'm just sat here with a massive smile on my face, knowing that the next two match days we have in these playoff groups just have the very best nations in the eEURO 2021 competition. Two of them going head-to-head right here. Of course, the big story we'll be keeping an eye on is whether or not Italy make it. the reigning champions from last year's tournament. We have to keep reminding people of that because they won in such style with a game in hand over Serbia in the best of 5.
Yeah, if I remember that rightly, I think it was 1-4, and it was a last minute goal that was a double touch in a very cool and collected way.
Absolutely, as Belotti threatened to try and do the same there. It was yeah, a very unique goal to secure the tournament for the Italians. If you haven't had a chance to watch it yet, go and find it somewhere on YouTube because it is absolutely splendid.
They'd love a goal like that at this point in time, but I can't see one coming out of the woodwork just yet.
Certainly not. The opening half hour has not showered us with chances, but it's been an attritional affair between the two. Belotti, Zaniolo might muscle his way through, but so far the Ukrainian defence is a tough one for Nikoldan to crack. Michalenko played inside to Stepanenko now. Crossed in, looking for Juna Moraes. What a cross and what a goal! From absolutely nothing. The Italians fell asleep, and that cross is as perfect as you could ask for.
That is a wonderful ball into the box. He's that man again, Juna Moraes. And if you're wondering the types of balls you can put in at home, if you're playing eFootball PES, it's basically an L1 or an LB, depending on what console you're on. Put that on, it'll give you an early cross, and you get that extra bit of whip. And Juna Moraes getting right across the defender. Donnarumma left with absolutely no chance, and Ukraine all of a sudden find themselves in the driver's seat against the reigning champs.
Just before half-time. Could go for another one here as well. So that goal puts Ukraine up 2-1 on aggregate. The Italians have work to do. Well, Zinchenko will slide down Immobile there just to prevent the counter-attack right as half-time beckons.
You can already see pieces of gamesmanship already kicking in there. Again, stopping a really good break opportunity there for Italy. Instead, just cleared away, and ball is still live though. Not for much longer.
Well, there's the end of the first half in the second leg. Immediate changes from Italy. El Shaarawy's on. He was a key piece of the puzzle, and there he is winning a header in the first leg. He did look very lively. He's won the ball back here. Belotti, Zaniolo. Immobile will retain possession. Difficult situation to be in here now for Nikoldan, because you know you have to chase the game. You know you're 1-0 down and down on aggregate, so you have to start pressing high up the pitch and start forcing some of these errors out of Sergio. But there's an error from Italy, Yarmolenko. Lucky Romagnoli was there.
I don't think we've seen many occasions where Italy have to chase the game, so this will be a pretty intriguing watch here.
It's a good point. Yaremchuk with a really nice turn. rescued and retrieved by Nikoldan. It's a good point you raise in their run to the title. I don't think they conceded too many early goals and were renowned for frustrating teams and other nations by controlling the ball, controlling possession. That'll be no use to them now, though. If anything, it's Ukraine trying to employ that same tactic here, Wes.
Yeah, and this is it. I mean, you know, we spoke a lot about, you know, when we saw the Italy versus Portugal game of the qualification groups, and, you know, we talked about the possession game, we talked about how to frustrate players and how to frustrate teams. It's almost a kind of a, you know, turnabout is fair play here. You know, the possession game of Italy is now being used against them. And I'm not quite sure how they're going to cope with it, to be perfectly honest.
Bonucci. Belotti. Could he have gone for goal there, I wonder? Just tried to feed in Immobile. Looked like the strike was on, and well, with Ukraine back in their shell, you're not going to get too many opportunities like that.
See bottom right hand part of your screen there. Ukraine have gone to full blue, and it's basically, it's exactly what we saw out of Italy. It's exactly that game plan of, let's just keep the ball. We don't need to do anything. And to be fair to Ukraine, they don't have to. They've got 16 minutes plus a little bit of change, and they've got the lead. All they need to do here is realistically frustrate Italy, and they can see themselves home to a famous win.
A huge win it would be too. Italy, no doubt one of the other nations that Ukraine will have their eyes on. Of course, here in the playoffs, all the second-placed nations from the 10 groups we had in qualification chucked in together, and only 3 spots in each of the groups of 5 can make the finals in the summer. 3 points here for Ukraine against the reigning champions would do wonders in terms of their aspirations for their campaign, and you can see, even with the chance of potentially threatening the Italians' goal, Sergio Bibica for Ukraine just wants to keep possession and, as you said, Wes, frustrate the reigning champions here.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you know, we've just seen there a very cynical foul from Konoplyanka. Again, it's a confidence thing from both sides of the ball. You know, in terms of Ukraine, if they can hold this out and grind this out, it'll do wonders for their confidence. But again, for Italy's side of things, it might just plant a seed of doubt as to whether they can actually get themselves across the line here and get themselves into a playoff group, you know, into a qualification part of the group. It's all, you know, it's yeah. We talk about narrative all the time with you know, in relation to football and results that happen. This could be all the narrative in the world for this playoff group.
Absolutely it could. Ukraine are coming forward as well, and if you're an Italian fan, this is not where you want to see the ball. Stepanenko. Oh, he's given the ball away to Zaniolo, and look at this, Immobile is trying to run in behind here. Where's the goalkeeper? He's staying at home for now. Immobile.
Not about coming.
Tries to find Zaniolo. Was that the right option, I wonder?
Vienko just leading it clear.
Well, there we go. Ukraine have done it. After a 1-1 draw in the first leg, see out a 1-0 victory thanks to a Junior Murray's goal just before half-time. Here it was to secure all 3 points in the group. Wes, that's huge, isn't it? That has ramifications group-wide, these 3 points here for Ukraine.
Yeah, well, it shakes everybody up because it puts people on notice that Ukraine can put in a performance, but it also gives people the impression that Italy might be able to be got at. And maybe this Ukraine result gives people a blueprint to beat your champs. It gives you a blueprint. Get a goal, then frustrate. I mean, you can see there was one shot on target and one shot for the entire game, and it was the goal. That's what you have to limit them to, realistically, to get away and get out of this game. So, again, really big result for Ukraine. Really, really big.
Wow. We'll stick with the Italians, and next up we'll see Turkey taking on Italy. Another huge group game for the reigning champions. Don't go anywhere. Well, it's time to kick off. Turkey taking on Italy. The reigning champions, the Azzurri, are attacking from right to left. They've already arguably slipped up in the group, as we just saw Ukraine snatching all 3 points away from them across the two legs. Now it's time maybe for them to right the wrong against a nation which featured in the finals last summer. Turkey, a very, very strong eFootballing nation indeed. It's Naples back once again. He drew 1-1 in the leg against Ukraine that he featured in. And it's our first look off Godless Turtles in the playoff groups. Good start here though from Naples. Zaniolo back to Belotti. Immobile is going for goal! In the 8th minute of the match. The reigning champions take the lead with a fine goal indeed.
It's that killer instinct they need as the champions. They need to get themselves back up and running. We're disappointed that they lost to Ukraine. Again, Turkey, like we said, are no slouches, and that'll be a bit of a cheap one to concede for them. They're not beyond their own powers of recovery. Lots of Kalhanoglu, Yilmaz. We've seen it done before, and like you said, they previously qualified for the finals last year. They'll be disappointed to find themselves in the playoffs this year.
They will indeed. Great start though for Naples. He took the lead, of course, against Ukraine in the match we just saw. He'd love to hang on to this one. Di Lorenzo. Jorginho. Conducting the play there for Italy, and it almost snuck through, but Turkey are having to weather the early storm here. Naples is controlling the game very easily. Di Lorenzo. You'd imagine this is probably how the two legs are going to play out here, with Turkey under the cosh for large periods of it. Zaniolo now, Belotti, Immobile. Oh, it took a wicked deflection. Almost wrong-footed, the goalkeeper.
It's like Italy trying to find their way in this game. 70% possession. It's kind of what we've become accustomed to from Italy. We're looking to try and find their way into the box here, but it's cleared by Turkey, and again, Turkey kind of being forced to be a little bit toothless here.
Florenzi, Belotti denied at the front post. Naples smells blood in the water. Can Godless Turtles come back? Yilmaz, well, he was through there, but in an offside position. El Shaarawy. Zaniolo was on that far post. Here he is retrieving the ball now. Instead, Calderin will get there first. Belotti muscles his way through. It's been a tough first half of this first leg for Turkey. El Shaarawy, nice piece of skill there, great footwork. Into Immobile, goes for goal! Denied. Somehow it's still 1-0.
There's a big save from Turkey there. Needed it. Italy trying to force the ball in the near post, and again, it was good play and good footwork, like you said, from El Shaarawy to force the opportunity, but Turkey just not able to get their kind of foot to the floor and get themselves involved in this game.
A difficult half of Pez for Godless Turtles. It will end 1-0 to Italy. The sides swap then for the second half of the first leg. What's the objective here for Naples? I mean, you were 1-0 up in that game against Ukraine that we just saw. Do you try and double your lead, or do you maybe stick to the game plan and hope that your game management skills don't let you down this time around?
I think you've got to improve on what you've had coming through, and you can see that Turkey are going to start to push the issue in the second half. And again, as much as game management will get you, I mean, we saw with Albania, we saw errors creeping in and errors costing goals. I'm not necessarily saying we're going to see that from Italy, but ultimately you want to give yourself and your teammate the best possible opportunity to win the game.
Zaniolo has a chance to swing one in. He's gone for goal for that far post. And well, the pass from Immobile to set things up was absolutely exquisite, but it just lacked that finishing touch. So final third of the match. Italy 1, Turkey 0. I must say there have been very few chances for Turkey. Çalhanoğlu's been barely involved in the match. His pass goes wayward, and that might just set the Italians off here. Immobile. It's been somewhat uninspiring from Godless Turtles so far. It's been mostly Italy controlling the play. Immobile dispossessed by Soyuncu. Final 15 in-game minutes. So far it's been mostly one-way traffic. El Shaarawy shifts it onto his left. Here he is again. Tries to lob the keeper. You can do it from that kind of angle, can't you, Wes? But just didn't quite have the elevation to get it over the Turkish keeper.
It normally requires you kind of stopping on a sixpence and then just timing it just right. But again, if your keeper is wise to it, if you don't pull it off exactly in the right manner, the keeper will just catch it and just kind of look at you and go, "You tried to do that?" That's it. And it will be a bit of a comical attempt of a lob. But again, it's these types of margins that these guys go for. They go for every type of opportunity they can muster. 9 minutes left. You've got to figure out or wonder how much Turkey have really got in the tank here, because they've not really pushed as we thought they would.
Certainly not. Turuc, Tufan, Unal goes for goal. Took a deflection that threatened to wrong foot Donnarumma. But it will be a corner, much better there from Turkey. Up to Turuc. Looking like the return ball was intended back to him as well. Yilmaz will retain possession. This has been a good spell for Turkey, but Bernardeschi puts an end to that particular storyline. Well, there we go. Very little time added on. The first leg comes to an end. The Italians have the lead and the advantage to take into the second leg. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have the resumption and the conclusion of this battle between the two nations. So, Turkey with work to do. It's the Italians with a 1-0 advantage coming into the second leg. It'll be Nicholdan in for Italy once more, and it'll be Mujahid of Galatasaray in for Turkey. For now though, Italy trying to start strong, but it'll be a difficult defence to break down. Mujahid recently awarded the best defender for the eFootball Pro regular season. He'll be attacking from right to left, and of course the reigning champions Italy the other way. Good start from Italy here. Immobile goes for goal early on. Gathered by the keeper though, gives me a chance to introduce my co-commentator, Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. I mean, what do we expect out of this second leg? It was pedestrian at times, you could say, in the first leg. Do you expect maybe a few more goals in this one?
Well, you would like to think so. I mean, Turkey didn't really get out of the blocks, and whether that was the case that was Turkey's fault, or whether it was the case that Italy put them under so much pressure, as Unal breaks through, he's onside as well.
Unal trying to go around Donnarumma. It's off the post. Agonisingly hung for an eternity in the air, and that was a great chance indeed for Turkey, maybe to equalise the score.
That's a massive chance to get yourself back in the tie at least, and get yourselves, you know, at least on the front foot in Italy's brain, but Italy survive another time.
Belotti, Immobile. That's been fouled there. So this will be an Italian free kick in, well, maybe too far away from goal to go direct, but certainly one that will entice Nicholdan. Will he go for a strike here, I wonder?
I think he'd fancy it.
Oh, he's played it back to Verratti, but look at the space out here for Chiesa. Can play it across goal. Immobile's waiting. Nothing comes from that set piece though. .25 minutes gone now. Chiesa. Back to Verratti. Oh, look at the ball for Immobile. Just lost it in the lights, maybe. Wow. That will fall all the way through to Donnarumma. Looked like a fantastic pass to Immobile, but what happened there, Wes? Did he just lose sight of the ball, maybe?
I think so. I think it just kind of just got away from them. They didn't quite make the right choice. But again, it's these fine margins that we talk about at this level. It's making the right choice at the right time, and you can see there Turkey trying to make their way through here. Yilmaz, nice little turn.
Oh no! There's the equaliser. On his 24th birthday, Enes Ünal scores to level things up here for Turkey. Great build-up, a cracking finish as well, Wes.
Yeah, and as I kind of talked us through there, you can see this little touch here from Ünal. That's right analog stick skill dribbling, and it's exactly used in the exact right moment. And as we talked about it, brilliant piece of skill, just rolls it through to Ünal. Manual goalkeeping, you can see Donnarumma just takes one half step the wrong way. And it gives Unal every opportunity to put it into the back of their net. It is game on for Turkey. And Italy, again, staring down the barrel of potentially another shock result. But it does require Turkey to put more of their foot to the floor.
Does indeed. Unal's in here again. The birthday boy looking to make it 2, and he's done just that. Turkey into the lead. Unal now onto a hat-trick in the first half. Italy are falling apart.
Well, that right there is a 1-2 sucker punch, to say the least. You can see one goal, you go down. It's a pretty simple give and go, and it's the early shot this time that catches Italy off guard. It's a neat little flip map from Unal. You can see he's got acres of space. Chiellini's not going to catch him. And it's, like I said, it's that early opportunity, that early shot that they take on. Unal tucks it away, and it's, if there wasn't alarms going off in Italy, there must be now.
Well, the aggregate scoreline reads Italy 1, Turkey 2. And they want to go for it again here. Çalhanoğlu is, well, he's asking the question of the Italian defence. Here he is again, might just go for goal, tries to feed Yilmaz, who was offside already. I'll tell you what, Mujahid's done so well to keep Nickel down at bay so far. Not the attacking output that the Azzurri is used to. Could that change? Nope. Stoyanchu commanding the back line very well indeed. Well. The 1-2 sucker punch. Just 3 minutes separated the goals from the man celebrating his 24th birthday today. But Immobile goes for goal! Well, there's one back. The best chance that Italy have had all game long has been tucked home by Immobile. Difficult one to take, and he's taken it really well.
With that neat flick up in one motion, just tucked it away with absolute aplomb. It's a goal that Italy sorely needed after that kind of disappointing first half.
Oh, Yilmaz with the fancy footwork almost put Turkey back in the lead. That goal from Italy evens things up on aggregate now. 2 apiece. Now Yilmaz. Turkey back in front. Mujahid absolutely rampant. And where was the Italian defence?
Just went to sleep off that one touch. Again, it was a touch out from Unal. If you'll see it here, it goes back the other way it came. Again, just spun in that one motion, gets the ball through to Yilmaz, who just slots it underneath the goalkeeper. And Turkey, very, very good for their lead. And crucially, it's them back in front in the tie as well. They need to win by 2 clear goals here.
Italy looking for an immediate reply. Zaniolo venturing far forward. What a game this has turned out to be. Tonali, Belotti, cleared in the end, I think, by Çalhanoğlu. Chiesa, Belotti, Soyuncu is, well, he's been a busy bee back there. Sloppy from Turkey, and Immobile's through, he's in! His second goal of the day now. Italy's second. It's 3-3 on aggregate. And this is the game that just keeps on giving.
Yeah, it's really lax there from Turkey. Plays it backwards, gets caught in possession. Again, you don't need to give Italy that type of room. It's one-touch passing. There's a manual goalkeeping, which kind of makes a decision for Immobile there and then as to what way to go. You can see beckoning his teammates to get back to getting another goal in this game. But as it stands for the tie, though, it ends as a draw if it stays this way.
That's a big if indeed. Verratti, Immobile, Zaniolo's there as well. Could have been another one for the Italians. So 3-2 in the second leg. Of course, if it stays the same, the points will be shared after Italy came out victorious 1-0 in the first leg. Bernardeschi looking for Zaniolo. What a pass! What a goal! Unbelievable ball from Bernardeschi. It's Zaniolo potentially finishing off Turkey here, because that puts Italy in the lead.
Yeah, that's a big goal for Italy. Again, moving that ball quickly. Instead of taking the first time pass, instead it slides the ball through. It's a brilliant finish into the roof of the net. Turkey will be disappointed. It's just about now whether Italy can hold this out.
That goal puts Italy up 4-3. So now Mucha hits for Turkey, needs to find a reply. Now, Yilmaz has won the ball back. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Can you believe it? Still a chance here for Turkey. What a game this is. Spinazzola trying to turn his man. Defended well by Mucha. Tonali. Nickel-down building patiently here. Zaniolo, Spinazzola, Immobile! Well, the passage of pressure comes to nothing. We're entering the final 10 in-game minutes now. And is it game management mode now for Nickel-down? Zaniolo.
You would assume that it would be given the state of the game. Looking at it now, you only have to draw if you're Italy now to give yourself the 3 points.
Barea! Late corner now for Italy. And you're right, a draw in the second leg would mean Italy would get all 3 points. There we saw Zaniolo caught late. That will be a Turkish player into the referee's book. It's Turuc in the end. Chiesa. Again, nickel down in Italy. Don't need to do too much here.
Got to be careful not to get the ball away.
Just keep the ball exactly right. You can see the bottom right-hand side. Their intentions are fully blue. That means they're playing as defensive as possible. Under 5 in-game minutes to go now. Bernardeschi, well, lets it run out of play. Is there still time maybe for Turkey to steal something from this? Yilmaz. Turuc. He's there. Can he find a teammate? Ulnau's waiting. 4 minutes to be added on. Chiesa's dispossessed. Yilmaz, Ulnau, Turuc, back to Yilmaz, lovely 1-2, Under! Turkey snatch a point! In the last minute of the match. Wonderful goal from Mujahid, and Turkey are well worth their points here.
Yeah, Mujahid showing exactly the quality that is possessed within Turkish esports and within this Turkey side. Brilliant ball into the box, swept in at the back post. And again, well worth point there from Turkey. It's a brilliantly slid across ball. You can see there Under. It's not going to miss from there. Donnarumma is out of position. As a result, in 90+4, Turkey potentially have snatched it a point, but Italy may have one last attack here.
Spinazzola is gathered by the Turkish keeper, and that will be all she wrote in the 8-goal thriller that was Italy versus Turkey, a 4-4 aggregate scoreline. Wes, I mean, where do we even start with that one? That was absolute anarchy. I mean, Turkey scoring 4 goals against Italy is incredible.
Well, I said it at the top of the broadcast. Beautiful chaos. That's exactly what we've run into here. It's something that I don't even think anybody anticipated going into that group stage to see not only the Ukraine come away with, taking 3 points, now drop points against Turkey as well, have Italy. It's a really well-earned point for Turkey as well, so full kudos goes to them. But yeah, lines up for a very interesting kind of run to the end of this match day, and for a match day going on next week as well.
Absolutely, still a second half of the broadcast still to come, but for now, Wes, take a break, put your feet up. I know we need a bit of a rest after the games we've just seen. We'll see you again after the break. But before we take our break, we now have a chance to look back at some of the best goals from the group stages. Take a look at this. So there we have some of the best goals from the qualifiers. No doubt we're going to have even more good goals to choose from in this playoff round as well. So now it's time for a quick break in the broadcast. When we come back, we'll have Ukraine versus Austria, which will be a fantastic game to watch. But for now, we take a quick look back while we take a break at a match between Cyprus and Turkey, which in the end, I believe, decided Turkey's fate in making it to the playoff round. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have some more eFootball action. But for now, enjoy Cyprus taking on Turkey. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021. We're into the playoff groups now. We've already seen some fantastic action. My name's Harry Chandler. Joining me is Stuart Wesley, as he has throughout the entire campaign. Wes, I mean, let's just recap a little bit before we move into the second half of the broadcast of what we've already seen. I mean, we started off with a four-goal thriller between Albania and Russia. The points shared there, we thought maybe that result doesn't really benefit either nation. But when you look at some of the results elsewhere, maybe you think, okay, that's not the least valuable point that you could ever pick up in that particular group.
Yeah, and as we made the kind of point of all of these points will count. It just depends on how much they count at this point in the stage of the playoffs. It wasn't a great point at the time, but it may prove to be quite vital come the kind of the tail end and the business end of playoff groups.
Absolutely. Then we moved on to Italy taking on Ukraine, and we knew Ukraine were going to be sticky opponents. They were going to be tricky, but again, we have to hold Italy a level above them purely because they won last year's tournament. In the end, after a 1-1 draw in the first leg, Ukraine in the second leg won a 1-0 victory there, which means Ukraine, they took all 3 points against Italy. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think they really laid down a blueprint in that second leg. It was a case of getting a goal. I think it was 1 shot total between both sides in that game.
Yeah.
And they took the Italian way of playing and just turned it on its head and turned it against them. And if you're Italy, you can't do much more because if you're Italy, you know how to play. As we said, you hold them above a slightly higher regard. They are the defending champions. You would expect more from them. You just didn't get it against the Ukraine, and the Ukraine didn't allow it in that second leg, and that's what cost them in the end.
It did indeed, and we saw more of the reigning champions, and they look a little out of sorts today, I'm not going to lie. After a 1-0 victory in the first leg against Turkey, they didn't really... I want to say Naples had more opportunities than the singular one that he took, and that in the end came back to bite them, because in the second leg, Turkey winning 4-3. I mean, 8 goals across the 2 legs was crazy. My vocal cords certainly needed a rest after those ones, but yeah, more points dropped for Italy, you would argue.
Yeah, and we expected there to be tough games. We layered it out, we laid it out at the start of the broadcast, is that just how kind of difficult all of these games would be, and it's proved that way. Turkey are no slouches. They are, they're not a team to be reckoned with, both on the sticks and on the field. We saw from the kind of the game in the break there just how good Unal can be on his day, and again, Mugahet putting into great effect in that second leg. And again, you could kind of say maybe a little bit of complacency from Italy is kind of costing them here, and they've got to be really careful, because if they go having to chase points in that second match day next week, could really, really be difficult for them.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it too late. Let's look ahead now then at our next match coming up. It's Ukraine taking on Austria. We get to see more of the Ukraine. They've already proven to be difficult opponents. It's our first real look at Austria today, but we know how well they can play. Which way do we expect this one to go? Because the way Ukraine are playing, you'd expect them to sail through Austria, maybe.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that we talked about confidence being a pretty key factor in that Ukraine versus Italy game. This could be where we see it creep in. This could be where it go, okay, well actually we can beat Italy, therefore we should be able to beat Austria, right? But actually, Austria by their own merits are a very good side when they want to be. And I think that's the critical point here, is what Austria turns up. Is it the side that can roll over teams and really put the screws to them, or is it going to be the team that flatters to deceive? And I think, it is that intriguing. It is kind of seeing whether a side is confident just because of the team they're playing against, or whether it's a case that actually they can be got at here. It'll be interesting to see exactly how Austria approach this game.
Yeah, it's the beauty of esports, the transit of property, so to speak. Just because Team A beats Team B doesn't mean that they'll beat Team C. We're about to find out who beats whom, because when we come back, we'll see Ukraine taking on Austria. Don't go anywhere, because it's going to be a fun one. Ukraine versus Austria is our next matchup. We're going to see Igor once more taking control of Ukraine. And our first real look at Austria on this live stream. Straight ahead in for them. Had some defending to do early on, but he's weathered the early storm. Austria, they really do like to attack down this near side with David Alaba. Look for him to get involved wherever possible. Ukraine are going to have to keep tabs on him. Here he is on the ball now. Arnautovic, Sabitzer! Early chance for Austria after weathering the early storm. Alaba looking to cross things in once more. He is a handful. The corner looking for Onisiwu. Well, Austria have started this game very sprightly indeed. Ukraine already having taken a famous victory against Italy earlier on, 2-1. No doubt will be full of confidence here. Austria still with tough matches in the group as well, against the likes of Turkey, who we saw also go toe-to-toe with the Italians. It's a tough old group here in the playoffs, but Ukraine are coming forward now. Konoplyanka, oh, could he have gone for goal maybe?
Yeah, he could have, but he was looking for that percentage shot, and we talk about the urgency in this Austria side at the moment.
Well, it's a bit of a mix-up there at the back. Yaremchuk has, well, made a bit of a hash of it in the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see the urgency come out of this Austria side. You can see them defending for their lives almost at that point, just throwing bodies at the ball. But again, looking at the results that have been so far, I mean, you can see, I mean, if you are eagle-eyed and have been looking at the tables and results, you'll see that they lost quite heavily to Italy, lost to Belgium as well. So really need to kind of get this up and running here.
Onisiwu. It's been a good period of pressure for Ukraine. I do feel for them because the goalkeeper's strip is nearly identical to the outfield players' strips for Ukraine. Things may get pretty confusing at the back there. Arnautovic back heel looking for Onisiwu.
By this performance, it doesn't look like they're shy of attacking Austria, and it's a little bit of a shame to find them where they are in the table at the moment as well. They really do need a result here, and meanwhile Ukraine, of course, as we waxed lyrical about them before the game, picking up results left and right, and it's just a case now whether they can continue that good form.
Half an hour gone. Ukraine 0. Austria 0 here in the first of two legs. Marcel Sabitzer on Onisiwu's offside. Had an option there. Looks like Lazaro was arriving on that far touchline. Potentially that's where the pass was intended. Lovely 1-2. Onisiwu looking for Arnautovic. Wins the header, but can't angle it goalward. Brilliant build-up from Austria.
Good play. Looks to focus through Marko Arnautovic as we pointed out as a danger man at the start of the broadcast. Whether they can get the best out of him is whether this Austria side can really get themselves motoring here. Do have a fair few good players around the pitch, you know, not namely David Alaba and Baumgartlinger trying to hold it down in midfield. They've got Lazaro, who's a bit of a flying winger. Just going to get these pieces of the puzzle working together, but the Ukraine defence, again, like we said, just keeps being stubborn.
Sabitzer might go for a strike here. Strong hand from the Ukrainian keeper. 5 to go now until half-time.
Sabitzer just trying to keep that ball ticking over in midfield.
Here he is, a run from deep, and it's Sabitzer who opens the scoring. Yaseli was just keeping things ticking along in the midfield. No one tracked his run. And he just ghosted into this space here.
Yeah, you can see it was just a neat kind of give and go. It was a ball off. Again, like you said, nobody tracking the run. You can see Honey's arm out waiting. It's a brilliant ball from eEURO. Marcel Sabitzer will tuck that one away, and as we said, that he's keeping it ticking over. He's put his country in the lead now.
Could be a very valuable goal for, well, the complexion of the entire tie here from Austria. Will they enter half-time with a 1-0 advantage? Yaremchuk here for Ukraine. Konoplyanka with the strength. Will be fired off an Austrian defender for a corner right on the 45th minute now. Threatened to go all the way in there.
I was about to say, it nearly got turned in there. It was only for quick thinking of a defender, it was cleared.
Second chance of the cross, it will fall to Konoplyanka, but Onisiwu is now on his merry way. Arnautovic, Sabitzer, look out for Lazaro on that far side, but instead it's come the other way. Arnautovic inside. Oh, he's been tackled very heavily. Looked like the defender got the ball for me. But it's half-time, Austria 1, Ukraine 0. Credit to Straight Ahead, he's played a fabulous game so far. Igor for Ukraine though is not one to give up very easily. Free kick to Austria. Alaba goes for goal. Seen well by the goalkeeper, Lunin. Arnautovic. Alaba. Oh, he tries to fake out the defender. The Ukrainian fans in the stadium not too happy about how he went down there. Oh, Onisiwu is fouled. Had about 3 defenders around him. Last free kick, it was a... Well, it's gone the other way, actually. That's a surprising one. Sabitzer. Just seems to be lacking a bit of quality in the final 10, 15 in-game minutes from both nations.
Seems to be breaking down the midfield just a little bit. Every time an attack seems to be formed, it just gets broken up, or as we've just seen there, a misplaced pass, and it just goes back the other way. It's going to be a case of who can execute in the latter stages. We see substitutes coming on. Marlos is on for Malinovsky. Marlos got a big piece of pace on him. It's a terrible giveaway there.
Yeah, there's a chance here, maybe for the Austrian front line to maybe put a bit of pressure on Ukraine. They'll be happy at this point in time, and I think straight ahead will be two. Certainly the happier of the two, considering he's in the lead, but how long can they maintain that? Stepanenko. Now it will be a Ukrainian free kick now. Looked like there was an advantage to be played, but the referee wants to put Voba in his little black book. Free kick played short to Juno Moraes, and he's gone down in the box there. Well, that's a contentious one. Instead, the ball comes the other way. Arnautovic dropping deep, and Gregorich is in behind. Can he go for goal? And he finds the back of the net. Doubles the advantage for Austria. And the key to this was Arnautovic dropping deep.
Neat through ball through the middle, and like we said, you can't give a man like Marko Arnautovic that much room to execute. It's a brilliant finish in the end. Gregorich, brilliant finish, and straight ahead will be very, very happy with a 2-0 lead at the moment. Hold this out for the rest of the game. It certainly give his teammates something to work with in the second game.
Absolutely. Such a nice cushion to gift your teammate, if you can see it over the line, of course. And Ukraine are put under a lot of pressure here by an Austrian nation that needs a result. Konoplyanka. Marlos, there's lots of Ukrainian bodies forward here. Yaremchuk now looking for the man, and there's one back. Great counter from Ukraine. And well, are we in for a grandstand finish here?
That's a really neat finish from Ukraine again. Bought them a little bit napping. Ball goes in. Keeper just doesn't get to it before the striker does. It's tucked away. It will set up a slightly nervy finish for Austria. 7 minutes plus a little bit of change. You see there, Ukraine have brought on Kovalenko. Look off Konoplyanka.
Oh, Austria want to try and reinstate that 2-goal cushion they had. There were 3 to aim for. Oh, Sabitzer has been sent for a kipper there. It's Game has come to life now. Arnautovic. Chance for a strike. Into the 90th minute of the match. Kovalenko, Marlos, Yaremchuk's in behind here as well. Into added time. Can he equalise for Ukraine? Great finish from Yaremchuk. And Igor's found his equaliser.
Takes real composure to put that ball away. Again, there's a slightly cynical tackle just on the halfway line from straight ahead. Didn't quite get the foul that he wanted. Instead, it's left him open. The neat little dummy saw the manual goalkeeping for what it was. And Yaremchuk carrying on his very good form domestically. Now on the international stage, putting an equaliser in the back of the net for the Ukraine. And 2-goal lead that straight ahead had just completely evaporated before his eyes.
I mean, could it be 3 here for Ukraine? They have some runners in behind, but what a tremendous recovery by Ukraine. Don't go anywhere. We saw 4 goals in that first leg. When we come back, we'll have the second. Well, a 2-0 lead for Austria evaporated in the first leg. We swap players out. We swap sides, of course, now as well. Sergo Bibica in for Ukraine. Did a great job seeing out a 1-0 victory over Italy earlier, of course. And now we get to see Sem pull the strings for Austria. Attacking from left to right. Corner for Grigoric in the opening 5 minutes of the match. It's maybe a sign of intent from Sem. Yaremchuk is given time and space. Nice footwork from Yarmolenko. Stepanenko. On a Siwu now. Of course, if you are joining us, just joining us, welcome. You've missed some cracking games. Albania and Russia played out a stalemate, 2-2 on aggregate. Italy, Ukraine. I'll come back to that as Onasiwu's through! And opens the scoring. Great build-up. Once again, no one tracking the run. And the finish is, oh, it's nice and neat. And it's all Austria need. 1-0.
That was all about precision and timing. That was timing that pass and the precision to just loft that over the keeper. just, many players I've seen before have just kind of rifled that and it's hit the goalkeeper and gone out for a corner or, gone completely elsewhere. Instead, Sem finds that killer touch. He's just lofted it over the goalkeeper. It was really good play from him. Coming forward again here, but just caught offside. But again, really positive start from Austria. Ukraine have got to find their shooting boots from somewhere.
Well, advantage Austria. Was a neat little finish. Now what can Ukraine do to reply? As it looks like Shaw will do enough to clear the ball. I'll go back to what I was saying. Ukraine took down Italy 2-1. We saw a 8-goal thriller between Turkey and Italy. 4-4 that one ended. And now you join us after a 2-2 draw between these two nations in the first leg. Here we are in the second.
Talk about the importance of confidence here. Dan will be able to settle this down and play it exactly the way he wants to here. Djibouba's got to chase the game, which is it's hard to do. It looks like he's getting some joy here.
Yarmolenko has a couple of men to aim for. Will he go for it alone, I wonder? The fancy footwork only comes to a corner. Stepanenko the target, wins the header actually. But in the context of the group, Wes, you'd have to say this is a... Well, I mean, when we've seen the types of results that Ukraine have grinded out already, you'd say this is a more valuable victory for Austria at this point, who, I mean, based on the results they've had already, they need a victory here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the state of the group as it stands, yeah, Austria need a win. They desperately need a win to get themselves in at least any type of contention for one of those top 3 places.
Well, it's come through to Arnautovic and it's blocked. He's won the ball back though. Onisiwu's trying to run in behind. The goalkeeper's there for Ukraine.
As we've said, in terms of timing, it's also as much timing as off the field. Timing your run to get a set of results that will put you in position to get there, and if they can come away with 3 points here, it'll do them the power of good.
Well, there's a chance maybe for Ukraine to get one back. Yaremchuk once more, it's just crowded out. Not afforded the time he would like. Zinchenko will go for goal. That one will blaze over the bar, but you're right. We're here in the eEURO 2021 playoffs. The playoff groups, 2 groups of 5 nations, all of which were runners-up in their qualification groups, hoping to join the 10 nations already qualified for the tournament in the summer. Only 3 of those nations from each group can join those nations. Here's Arnautovic. 5 minutes to go till half-time. Just the 1 minute to be added on. Austria will have the final attack of the half, it would seem. But that one's dealt with by Sergo Bibica, and Ukraine, as things stand, would be on the losing end of this result after the 2-2 draw in the first leg. Just keep an eye on the scoreline in the top left. That will determine where the points go. Becomes a one-legged affair at this point, Wes.
Yeah, and that's what it is. With these draws that these teams get in that first leg, it just becomes a one-game shootout, and I suppose a draw in the first leg just kind of puts your team under even more pressure, and somewhere you want to be, especially in these types of scenarios.
Well, speaking of pressure, a bit of a scare there for Ukraine. Sem showing his quality now. Onisiwu's running in behind. That's a nice lofted through ball. Gregoric! It's 2. And it becomes much, much more difficult for Ukraine now in this second half to snatch a result. Lovely build-up once more from Austria.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an error from Ukraine, is that, and I suppose it's easily spot from Sem as well, is that the teammate press just comes at the wrong time, and it allowed Onisiwu to just peel away from that defender, which allowed the pass in to get the assist. And Sem again now. Again, even more so. We saw this in game 1. Will we see it in game 2? Will we see a 2-0 lead on the wayside, or will there be more goals here?
That's a very good point. Don't forget, Austria were 2-0 up. Threw that result away. Straight ahead, will be hoping that Sem can see this one out and spare his own blushes. But for Igor and Sergo Bibica, for the Ukraine, they want to continue their strong start. Don't forget, they've already taken down the reigning champions in this group on this match day. The next match day, of course, next Monday in just 1 week's time. We'll be deciding then the final 6 nations from our 2 playoff groups, who will be joining our 10 already qualified nations for the eEURO 2021 finals. Here's Yarmolenko, tackled fairly by Alaba. Alaba with a run on the outside. He stayed on side here, Alaba. Can maybe look to Lofter cross in. Marlos called back on defensive duties. We're into the final 20 in-game minutes now. Neat touch there from Sabitzer, threatened to perhaps be dispossessed by the Ukrainian press, but instead it's Austria who come forward, but Arnautovic can't hang on to the ball. Yaremchuk. Junior Murray, Smardos on the overlap as well. Oh, there were 4 yellow shirts waiting. And I think Sodergo will be quite disappointed with his lack of output. Lovely double touch there from Marlos. And again, can he find a teammate though? Kind of Playanka was just waiting to receive. Defended well though by Sen. It looks like he's going to hang on here. Sabitzer now. 5 in-game minutes to go. It's looking unlikely that Ukraine will come back, especially when you consider the professional fouls from Austria.
We also see a tiny bit of the possession football kicking in from Austria as well, but Although the more that this clock ticks down, the less time it'll give Ukraine to get up the other end and score. Really, it's more a case now of just keeping the ball away from their box as much as they can.
Yeah, big tackles like that will help. Dragovic will come away with the ball here as well, and this would be a very, very valuable victory for Austria. By the sounds of things, they were being threatened to be cut loose in this group, and it is such a shark tank in these playoff groups now that you're very much at risk if you fail to pick up some results. But Austria have taken down Ukraine and have proven their worth here in the playoffs. Coming up next, we have Austria once more in action. Can they take down Turkey and really turn around their day? We'll find out after this. Well, we've seen Austria already take down a stubborn Ukraine team. We've seen Turkey snatch a point away from Italy. Will we see fireworks when these two collide? We have Fru in for Austria and Emir Runal in for Turkey. Alongside me, Harry Channon in the commentary box is, the virtual commentary box, I should say, is Stuart Wesley. Weza, this is a real test for Austria's mettle, isn't it? Because they played really well already against Ukraine, but Turkey is a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and the key word here is momentum for both teams. If you're Turkey, you're trying to carry on the incredibly good result they got against Italy. If you're Austria, you're trying to just carry on the momentum we just saw them pick up against the Ukraine. So it's going to be, it is a different test. We've seen how good Turkey can be when they want to be, and it is that kind of case with both of these teams. We can see a very good version of Turkey on one day, and it can be a very bad version of Turkey on another. Same can be said for Austria. We can see greatness out of Austria, and then sometimes utter calamity out of them. So it's just a case of what version of each team turn up in this game.
It's a good point, well made. Looks like there'll be a free kick here, and it's also interesting to see eEURO in for Turkey. We're often seeing Godless Turtles start off the matches for Turkey as a nation, but it's good to see them exhibiting the strength of their entire squad, something of course made famous by the reigning champions last year. Italy happy to play all 4 of their players whenever necessary. It's good to see.
Going to utilise that squad where you've got them, and like we said before, in terms of Turkish esports, especially in the world of eFootball, PES, they've got a good depth chart to look at in terms of who they can choose from. So it is good to see Emir in here, and let's see what he can do.
Well, Unal is in behind here to open the scoring maybe. Yilmaz is there! A big mistake by Austria. Leads to that man right there opening the scoring. 1-0.
The left one don't get you, the right one will. I mean, it was good defending from Austria. It just slipped through them. You can see here that as it comes through, you can see the through ball that came through. You can see they read it. It's just scraped underneath the studs. And again, good save for the goalkeeper, but again, giving Burak Yilmaz that type of opportunity. Experienced Turkey is not going to miss from there. He's given his side a 1-0 lead after 17 minutes.
Looked like eEURO at first, but it's just one of those unfortunate ones for the Austrian defence. They're looking to come again though, as Sabitser's trying to muscle his way through. It's like a wrestling match at the back there, but it's cleared away. On the Siwo has won himself a free kick here, right on the edge of the box. This was dangerously close to being inside the area. Of course, you have the likes of Hakan Çalhanoğlu for Turkey. This looks like it's going to be David Alaba here for Austria to go for goal. Good manual keeping. Corner swung in, looking for Arnautovic, but well, we wondered if there would be fireworks here in the opening 25. Certainly been eventful.
Both teams appear to really be going for it, which, again, as a neutral, as a commentator, you're going to want out of these teams. You're going to want them to be attacking, be on the front foot. Yeah. But as we've seen with some teams, sometimes a bit of pragmatism does go a long way. But these two look like they're ready to throw the kitchen sink at each other here.
Celik. eEURO now trying to turn the screw here. Unal and Yilmaz both giving chase, but the Austrian defence holding strong. Oh, it's a foot race between Demiral and Sabitzer, and the latter comes out the victor. Wins a corner. Looks like he might be played short here to Lazaro. To cross it in, looking for Sabitzer. Oh, look at the white shirts pouring forward here for Turkey. Yilmaz has taken that down very well. Goes for goal. With quite the velocity as well. This first touch here, exactly what it needed to be.
Yeah, you can see the Austrian defence had just peeled out to the left, expecting a ground ball. Instead, it was the through ball, over the top through ball, into the big chest of Yilmaz. Just it down to a path. Good save in the end, but she was not gone.
Well, Demiral is still, well, the benefactor of some fortune here, and Yilmaz sneaks in at the front post. He's got his second. Turkey second. And that is a real predatory run from Yilmaz there.
It was good play. It's a poor giveaway from Austria. They're not clearing their lines effectively. They've run into their own player. As a result, the ball has gone clear and has found a Turkish foot, which was Demiral of all people, to slot that into Yilmaz. Again, tucks it away. We saw how good Unal was for Turkey in the previous game, or in the previous game that we saw on stream. Seeing how good that Yilmaz is becoming here.
Here is the birthday boy, 24 today, is Unal. Wins his nation a free kick, and well, I suppose the danger here for Austria is if it's only going one way, you want to keep that scoreline down. You don't want this tie to be over before your teammate even comes in and has a chance. Lovely switch of the play there to Alaba. Beats his man quite well, but just runs into the tackle. And as half-time approaches, you don't want to be on the receiving end of the final attack. Yilmaz, Çalhanoğlu now. Goes to lob the keeper, and oh, it's gone up and over! What a finish from Haçan Çalhanoğlu to make it Turkey 3, Austria 0. Talk me through this, Wes, because this is something special.
Well, we talked about Italy, I think it was, particularly trying to go for this earlier on. You stop, you take a touch, you see where the keeper's looking, and if the keeper's positioning is poor, which it is there, and it's not through fault of, through Austria's fault there. You can see their keeper just moves to his right, hugs his inside post. Instead, just cannot get across, cover the back post as well. It's a wonderful finish, but again, these are these types of opportunities that these players will know all about. If you can execute, especially under pressure, such as this, it pays its ultimate dividend, which is another goal.
Just before half-time as well, there is the whistle. And that's a real spanner in the plan of Austria. Straight from the kickoff, we switch sides, and here is Unal! Oh, it's off the post. Got a really wicked connection on the ball. Looks like it might have just tucked inside, but instead Austria hanging on now. Yilmaz! Oh, that's wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! To complete the hat-trick and make it Turkey 4, Austria 0. It's like a highlight reel out there for Turkey.
Yeah. Unal having a wonderful time as of late, and Murat Yilmaz actually filling in the role of Unal in the first game. You can see the ball. You can see it's a wonderful finish. Just absolute pure quality. Acrobatics. Doesn't slow him down. Again, neat inside pass. It's a little dink forward. You can see the defender goes forward trying to block it, thinking it's a ground pass again. Instead, Turkey take the aerial route. Burak Yilmaz does all the rest.
Well, I feel for Austria here because Turkey are just imposing their will left and right. Scoring absolute montage-worthy goals. And I do feel for Austria.
Top 5. I was going to say, we saw the top 5 goals of the qualifying campaign earlier. I think we probably have a top 5 goals out of Turkey in this at this point in time.
Austria haven't really conjured anything up to worry Turkey either. Arnautovic's touch is just too heavy. And Fru just has not been having a good time here.
I have to feel it's almost a case that he's not being allowed the time, allowed the opportunity to play his way. Instead, Turkey are just, like you said, they're everywhere. They're just imposing their will, they're getting the ball back, they're recycling possession, they know exactly where all their players are meant to be. And Austria just, at least Fru, at the very least, just seem to have an answer for it at the moment. It was 60 minutes in and can't think of a real Austria chance off the top of my head.
Well, into the final third of the match, you have to maybe think about damage limitations here if you're Fru. This one could be over before the second leg even rears its head. Here's Yilmaz, he's already scored 3. Still giving chase to this. It's impressive tenacity. Under. He's got lots of space here. Double touch perhaps a tad unnecessary. But when you're 4-0 up, why not go for it? Under. Can't beat the first man. Austria just can't seem to break out at this moment in time.
It's almost a swarm defense.
Oh, Yilmaz with 4! He has been an assassin for Turkey. 4 goals. You just can't keep tabs on this man.
Well, I was just about to say, it's almost like a swarm defense from Turkey. It's a swarm attack as well. The ball is direct, but it's one touch. It gets Yilmaz in there. And again, predator of the highest caliber at the moment for Turkey. He's running roughshod over Austria's defence, who have no answer for him. And we said it before, or at least I said it before kickoff. Depends on what Austria turn up and what Turkey turns up. I don't even think it matters what type of Austria turned up. If Turkey want to play like this, they will happily do it. And if you're Godless Turtles and the Turkey team and Mukahit, you'd be wondering, well, do we need to put Emir in a bit more often for these types of performances?
Really standout performance from Emir. Gregoric has a header at the front post, saved by the keeper. But it is Turkey 5, Austria 0. An Austria team, of course, that just took points away from Ukraine, and Arnautovic has a chance on the turn to maybe make the goal differential going into the second leg a bit more palatable. But you're right, it's a Turkey nation that had success earlier on. Obviously, taking a point away from Italy, the reigning champions, is always going to give you confidence. Slightly lacklustre though from Austria, and you questioned which one would turn up. Which type of Austrian team would turn up to this match so far? Not the same one that took points away from Ukraine. They're trying to give it a good go here. But that just sums up their day here in the first leg.
They've just turned up and completely blown them away of Turkey. And again, it's almost, I mean, it's almost been done at a canter. It's almost been a case of, well, we'll cut through you whenever we want to. There's not been any kind of game-saving challenges. There hasn't really been any kind of mettle from this Austrian defence. They almost look kind of brittle.
Oh, Unal is there, and that is some wonderful play from Turkey. Unal's the goal scorer, but credit the assist on this one because it's a beautiful piece of skill to make it Turkey 6, Austria 0.
Well, this is as good a performance as we've seen over the course of our 4 or 5 match days now of eEURO 2021. Beautiful double touch, take defender out of the game, and again, Unal near post, not going to miss. Turkey, absolutely fantastic here, and again, like I said, it now provides a selection headache for Turkey. Do you put Unal in a bit more often? Do you put Emir in, or do you go Godless Turtles? Do you go Mukahit? Who do you put in? Because at the moment, he's proving every bit vital piece of the jigsaw for Turkey. If they can go like this against teams more often, you might see a bit more of a favourable outcome for Turkey going forward.
Well, psychologically, this has got to be quite the blow for Austria, and maybe it's something we'll talk about a bit more after the break. Because for now, Turkey look like they might try and score 7. 3 minutes added on. There's another one of those professional tackles just to prevent there even being a chance at a consolation. Looked like he got a fair chunk of the ball there, but the referee's not too happy. Maybe a consolation here. Goes for the little Marseille turn. But I think that will be the final action of this action-packed first leg. Turkey 6, Austria 0. When we come back, we'll have the second leg. I think we already know the result, but stay tuned either way. Well, we're here for the second leg now of Turkey v Austria. If you missed the first leg, well, you missed 6 goals from Turkey. They're starting off very strong here as well from the kickoff. It's Mujahid in, the captain of Galatasaray, taking on Sem. Alongside me is Stuart Wesley, aka Weza, and I want to ask you, Wes, how much of a psychological blow does that put on Austria here, especially for Sem coming into this 6 goals down? Do you Maybe throw caution to the wind here. Do you maybe give up before the game's even started? As Mujahid looks like he's won a free kick here.
Yeah, it's a real body blow to come into a situation like this. All you can do is try and win the game as best you can. But to hear free kick from Turkey. See that Manuel Koku's been selected as well.
Çalhanoğlu is going for the top corner. Rattles off the frame of the goal. But it's a huge body blow to Austria. And is it one of those results where you just have to say, yeah, you know what, maybe it's a foregone conclusion at this point which way the points are going, but we need to save a bit of face for the rest of the playoff group. We don't want to seem easy targets.
Yeah, you have to show some fight and some willing here. But again, if you've got Turkey turning up in this type of mood, it's very hard to stop. You know, we see it a lot with teams. Is that confidence only breeds more confidence? You know, if you get a good result like they had against Italy, tails will be up and go, actually, do you know what? We can beat these teams now. And all of a sudden, it completely can throw, you know, it can flick a switch with some players. And we certainly saw that with eEURO in the first game. You know, it's just a shame to see Austria in such a condition.
Oh, Gregoric to open the scoring.
There's one.
There is one. One down. 5 to go. And the timing on this goal might be crucial here, Wes, because it's in the opening 15 in-game minutes. And if you are going to overturn a 6-0 scoreline, you need to score as many as you can, as early as you can.
Well, you know, if you're Austria, your team talk now realistically is that if Turkey can go ahead and score 6 in a game, so can we. It's just a case of whether they can keep the back door closed, as it were. I'm sure there'll be a couple of Turkish burglars looking to get in there. Yilmaz and Unal will certainly be looking to try and put a dent in that and stop the clean sheet.
Something to give Austrian fans maybe a reason to keep the stream open if you are watching us in Austria or wherever you are in the world. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Still to come, we have more action. Ulnau's going to try and pull the trigger. But whether you're watching us on the PES Twitch channel, any of UEFA's channels, including TikTok, we appreciate you joining us this evening. One more match to go after this one. And then we set our sights on next Monday. For now, though, Austria building. Gregoric looking for his second. Almost got it too.
Just close. Again, close is not going to be good enough for Austria at this point. You're going to need to be scoring pretty much every chance you get here.
Clinicality is going to be absolutely crucial. You're right about that. We've seen some nations struggle to conjure up 6 shots, let alone 6 goals without reply. Ten minutes till half time, plus stoppages, of course. But Mujahid, I don't think we'll be too worried at this point. Still has the 5-goal advantage after Emir Ünal did so well in that first leg, winning 6-0. Semno is in through with Arnautovic. Well, there's a second. Now maybe Mujahid is sitting up in his chair a little bit higher. And it's paying a bit more attention here, Wes, because this is 2 now.
Gonna say, Harry, a question here. They couldn't, could they? They couldn't. It's really good play from Arnautovic, but Austria, they can't bring these back, surely.
Well, if we know Sem, we know he's going to give it his best shot, and so far 6-2. 2 down, 4 to go. It's improbable, not impossible. Çalhanoğlu is fouled, I think, just after handing this ball off, and this will be the type of range that Mujahid might fancy striking one with the man who is fouled. Needs to get it up and down over the wall, you'd imagine. Which way will he go? Top left. Looks like saved by the keeper.
It's a big save, that was. Really big save.
Looks like a throw in. I thought he might try and pass it off to Yilmaz in the box, but instead he's gone short, and Austria have the ball back. Honestly, what? Another goal before half time, and we might actually start believing this comeback as a possibility. Lima. Arnautovic made a really nice run, but the ball won't find him, and the referee will find his whistle. So Austria 2, Turkey 0 on aggregate. It's Turkey 6, Austria 2. 4 goals to be found without reply for Austria would see them secure some points. Easier said than done, of course. And now Yilmaz to kill off the game. Çalhanoğlu. That surely now puts the game to bed, as if it wasn't already tucked in. Turkey 7, Austria 2.
You've got to say, in all likelihood, that it's pretty much going to seal it, you'd think, for Turkey. And Çalhanoğlu just going for that lofted finish, just to make sure the keeper can't get to it on the dive back across. It looks like that could spell the end for Austria. They'd need a quick goal in response and another quick 3 afterwards. Sorry, my maths is wrong. Sorry, no, they need another, what, 4, 5?
Well, it is
5. They need another 5 there.
Indeed, Turkey currently up 7-2. We should almost be cursing Emir Ünal for killing off this tie in the first leg, but he scored some fabulous goals along the way, so I suppose we can let him off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic performance in that game 1. And you have to kind of give it to him. He certainly staked a claim for being kind of a bit more of a focal point within this Turkey side.
Well, that's it. When you get chosen and you get your chance, you've got to take it with both hands. And I think he's really, well, made a statement, made a name for himself, and certainly staked his claim to feature more heavily in the Turkey setup. Çalhanoğlu. The ball evades everyone in the box. But Turkey, I think they'll be pleased with today's work. I mean, they avoided defeat at Italy. Looks set as if they're going to take 3 points against Austria, who are certainly a difficult nation to go up against. I think they'll be pleased with today's work.
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of the way that they've performed, I think that they'll be very happy with how their kind of their tournament is shaping up. I think for Austria, they're going to have a quite a tough job to maybe try and snag that third place. But even then, it's as we said before, it's in a group full of other very good teams, so it's going to be difficult for either team. Well, it's going to be difficult for Austria to kind of claw back some points in the second match day. Hopefully next week they can come back and get themselves back in and amongst it.
It's a good point you raise, because obviously with the second match day in these playoff groups happening next Monday, you get another chance to face some of the teams maybe that took points away from you. And there will be a free kick here to Austria. David Alaba standing over the ball. He can hit one. Goes for a goal, and it's found its way to the back of the net. How did this one go in? Absolutely incredible. Looked like it took a deflection. We'll get a better look at this angle, but no, it's just a perfect finish.
It's a clean hit. Very, very clean hit. Rare that you see a free kick from that type of range go directly in.
Just snuck inside the post to make it now Turkey 7, Austria 3. Still trailing by 4 goals, Austria, which is why we're not overly enthused by the goal going in. It was a fantastic hit, but really looks like a foregone conclusion at this point. Stranger things have happened, but as we said before, not impossible, but highly improbable.
I mean, time is ticking on now. You know, again, it would have to be goal kickoff for Austria to kind of take this back here, but like we said, it was home and hosed from that performance from Emir in the first game. That's really put pay to this Austria side, and Turkey will be pretty much in his debt, I think, at this point for getting them through this and getting a valuable 3 points. That's not to take away from the work that Mukahit has done here, but if your job's already sewn up, it kind of doesn't. It makes you have a free hit in the second leg, really.
Yeah, it's not going to be a performance that grabs any headlines from Mukahit, but where do Austria go from here? Because obviously it's important psychologically. I mean, we spoke about that before, that they win this second leg against Turkey after the drubbing that was the first leg. It's important they came away with a win here. As we approach the 90th minute. Are there more goals, I wonder? I mean, we've already had 10 across the 2 legs so far. 2 minutes to be added on. under into the book. Maybe chance for a consolation here for Austria, but the referee brings an end to proceedings. 3-1 in the second leg to Austria. However, it will be 7-3 to Turkey on aggregate. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have our final game of the evening, and it's a doozy. It's Germany taking on the Netherlands. It's time for two massive nations to take centre stage here on the main UEFA stream. It is Germany versus the Netherlands, two nations that, as you'd expect, were at the eEURO finals last summer, will want to be at the eEURO finals this summer, and now they go head to head. It's Schalke 04's Merriman representing Germany, and then Manchester United's Eldridge O'Neill representing the Netherlands. Germany starting things off from left to right, and I tell you what, Timo Werner has a real chance maybe to open the scoring here. This is the match we've been waiting for, isn't it, Wes? Two of the finest players in the playoff groups going head to head here, and it will be the exact same thing for the second leg as well. Two strong nations with great players controlling them as well.
Yeah, there's so many different lines of narrative within this game. Like we said, the players who are controlling these two teams are kind of almost, you know, PES or Pro eFootball PES kind of royalty almost at this point. Not to mention the fact that two fantastic nations, who, you know, with a history that is rich and is storied, and to top it off, the fact that there's a distinct rivalry between these two teams.
But Depay goes for goal and is denied.
But I'd say all tees up for a fantastic finale. It looks like we might just be getting it.
Oh, Luke de Jong almost stealing in there. Well, both players had contrasting final match days of the eFootball Pro season just 2 days ago on Saturday. Merriman of Schalke had to rely on results elsewhere going their way, but they've made it into the top six. They found their way into the playoffs. Manchester United needed a big result against Juventus, and Eldridge, the the captain of United, could not see his team pull through. They fell out of the playoff places in a result that actually led to Juventus winning the entire league. But for now, Eldridge has a chance perhaps to open the scoring.
The part of it that's interesting for me watching the Netherlands has been kind of the evolution of their play, really. You know, last year it was a lot of Bas-Dost. It was, you know, it was having physical presence up there, and they don't have that anymore. Instead of relying on the pace of Baudu, who again is a very potent striker, but a very different prospect than trying to get the ball through to a very tall striker. Meanwhile, of course, on the German side of things, they're going through a bit of a transition. The likes of Admiri and Waldschmidt and getting the best out of Werner and Havertz. And again, these guys will know each other's games kind of pretty well. You know, they'll have been sparring partners, you know, 1v1s, and will know how each other likes to play, and this will be no different. You know, I think it's going to be either going to go one or two ways. It's going to be very tight, or it's going to be very open.
Well, Havertz is through, maybe to open the scoring. And he does just that. Gets there before the keeper. Eldridge will be frustrated about how he's dwelled on the ball, but the finish from Merriman is absolutely perfect. 1-0.
It's just the reading of the press from Merriman. Again, neat little dinked finish. We saw it earlier. It's a great little finish. And again, it's quick passing in transition. It's as soon as you've got that ball, you've got to almost threat assess what you've got going ahead. It's almost like hazard perception when you're in your car. You have to figure out exactly where the most kind of danger is. And Eldridge just didn't have chance to read it, because by the time the ball was there, it was gone, and we're in the back of the net.
So Germany strike first. And it will fall to the goal scorer here again, Havertz, who will actually try and curl one. This one just didn't quite have the bend on it.
Wherever was sat, that looked destined for that left-hand side of the goal. It just almost took the paint off the post, it looked like. Kai Havertz.
Luke de Jong. Boadu, Depay. Straight at Neuer. It will be a corner. Didn't really have too many other places to go here with the shot though, Wes, and it will be a corner still to come.
The shape that these guys are playing in, it's very much akin to what we see from most kind of high-level pro PES players. They like to have that kind of almost attacking triangle going forward. Almost becomes a diamond if your attacking midfielder joins the fray as well, so you've got an option wherever the ball is. And see, they're just trying to make it work here.
De Jong back to Depay. Boadu! 1-1. Well worked. This is vintage Eldridge O'Neill here. Great 1-2, and then finds the man in space. Lovely equaliser.
Yeah, that innate skill from O'Neill there. Again, finding passes where you don't think there is one. And again, triangle passes. You know, the ball will always move quicker than the player. He found a brilliant pass in there to Baudu to make it 1-1. Now we're going to have to see what Merriman's got in his locker.
Havertz, half-time approaching. Dealt with well by the Netherlands. This is, so far anyway, lived up to the billing. As a neutral, it's fascinating to watch.
Get your eyes peeled at home as well. You'll see plenty of dummies, plenty of super cancels, and plenty of skills out of these two players. They know their way around the joysticks. They won one at the half, but I'd expect more out of it. You know, neither one of these two will want a draw, and they certainly won't want to lose either.
So the sides swap. As it looks like Memphis Depay is fouled early on just to prevent the attack. It is fascinating to watch some of the best around work the sticks, because as you said, so many super cancels here. If you're new to watching PES, you probably might not see exactly when they happen, but just know most of the dummies are from cancelling inputs, and it's at the highest level. When done right, absolutely beautiful. Second corner, oh, it's just gone across the face of goal. Danger not done for Germany. Amiri does well to win the ball back, and now there's a 2-on-3. I think Werner would be offside if he were to touch this one. Depay thought about a shot, but I think it would have been blocked had he pulled the trigger. Great ball from Amiri to Werner. Will he be the benefactor? Aldridge not taking the risk. As Strootman goes into the referee's book for that infringement. Brandt to Amiri. First time strike, Werner! The danger from the corner was never dealt with. And it falls kindly to Werner in the end, but it puts Germany back in the lead.
In terms of goal poachers, it's Werner's movement that kind of gets him just in the right place at the right time. It's a good save from the goalkeeper. But again, it's good movement from a corner. It's drilled in, it's not quite cleared. And Merriman recycles the ball, gets the ball into the box and makes it work for his team. And now rewarding handsomely with a 2-1 lead here.
Well, it might be a sucker punch here as Werner's giving chase again. Serge Gnabry recently introduced as well. Well, here he is. He's nicked the ball off of the goalie. Finish in the end quite tame.
It's like you say, these two know each other that well. You could see that Merriman knew where that ball was going, as Eldridge likes to play out from the back. But again, dallying on the ball. Strootman's brought down. German player Werner brought him down. Just can't live with the tension that he's getting at the moment. Eldridge knows he's under a fair bit of pressure here as well, because this type of result, it could mean everything for this group.
Two massive nations, and it'll fall all the way through to Werner, will it? And well, there's been elsewhere that we missed, actually, a Dutch player sent off, so Netherlands down to 10 men. I missed that one, Wes.
I completely missed that as well.
Well, potentially time for Germany to capitalise then. Gundogan. Havertz looking for Werner. Pulled the trigger. Havertz, look at Werner, he's got space, he hits it! to make it 3. Germany 3, Netherlands 1. And it sat up so nicely for him here, Wes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ping in the end. Again, keeper just can't get his hands to it. Werner teased himself up. Again, it's good passing movement. It's that German-Chelsea connection of Havertz and Werner rolls it up his leg and just waits for it to be at the optimum height for him. Werner drills that home. It looks, from where I'm sitting, it looks as though it might have been Kevin Strootman that was sent off for that pull down of Timo Werner. I think it may have been a second booking. And now you can see Germany have got a bit of room to work in that centre midfield. Although I think Daley Blind's been brought on. It's just not the same as having Strootman there.
Certainly not. Great performance, though, either way from Merriman.
See, the pressure is all there from him. Really moving the ball well.
Well, when we're thinking about some performances we've seen earlier on today, like from Turkey, to try and put this tie to bed, but Eldridge still alive. Boadu trying to feed the arriving Depay. Or do you just sit on this 2-goal lead, trust your teammate, who we assume is going to be El Matador, taking the reins in the second leg to see this one home?
I think when you're playing up against 10 men, you try and exert the advantage straight off the bat. I think if it was 11v11, it'd be a different kettle of fish.
Goretzka, he's tried to go for one of those lofted finishes. Maybe would have done better here, Wes. Maybe trying to pick a corner or go a different direction.
I think it was a little bit of panic because I don't think Merriman realised that ball was coming back to him. I think had he have got that one back, I think he'd have certainly done something different with it. See there, though, Eldridge going all out attack, which means that he'll be pushing bodies forward. That normally means that he pushes a centre half or a centre back forward, which could leave a hole for Germany to exploit here.
Germany 3, Netherlands 1 as we enter the final 5 in-game minutes. We still have a second leg to come, but this first leg we've seen 4 great goals and 1 sending off, which we both missed actually, so hopefully we'll keep our eyes peeled on the second leg. Yeah, I was going to say I am due an eye test soon, but either way, 90th minute now, and Rudiger had to do that one. Might we see this finish 10v10? Just the yellow for Rudiger. 4 minutes added on. Depay, De Jong, back to Memphis, off the post. Well, that's heartbreaking for Eldridge, because that would have made things a lot more easy for Indominator coming in this second leg. And there's your final whistle. A resounding victory for Germany in the first leg. Still to come the second leg. Do not go anywhere. Well, Netherlands enter this second leg 2 goals down. Should they want to take anything away from this tie, need to overturn that deficit. So we have Indominator, captain of Arsenal Football Club, in for the Netherlands, and El Matador, also of Schalke 04. He and Merriman will be hoping to join fellow Schalke teammates Irma of Romania in the finals in the summer. They've taken a big step towards doing so after the first leg here against the Netherlands. Early free kick here for Germany. And now it's, I suppose, a good as time as any to introduce my co-commentator for the final time this evening, as Waldschmidt is actually going to knock it down to Havertz. I don't even have time to introduce you, Wes, because it's now Germany up 4-1. Dream start for them.
Well, that is a goal of real quality. Again, the awareness and the decision-making to not try and do something silly and try and shoot from a silly angle. You can see really good passing play. Sees the run on of Waldschmidt and just drops it into Kai Havertz, and it's just a wonderful goal. And, you know, I was only thinking to myself just then, El Matador, been around for so many years, seems to just get better as time goes on, which you never thought you could really say about El Matador. But it seems to get better and better and better, and it's a wonderful start for Germany. Again, if you're a dominator, you know, we've heard murmurings before of potentially being, you know, under pressure. You can get at him, and this could potentially be one of those moments.
Well, Germany looking to double their scoreline here. Werner to Waldschmidt, and it's 2! 2 in the opening 10. For Germany, it's 5-1.
It's really quick football, but it's snappy, it's precise, and it's on target. You can see that neat little trap from Werner. Again, awareness to find Waldschmidt. Then just finds the back of the net again, and I don't know what to say about the Netherlands. They're sinking without a trace here.
Well, it's Germany 5, Netherlands 1. Lots of work to do here for Indominator. We were anticipating a main event showdown between these two colossal nations, but we weren't expecting it to be this one-sided.
Oh, certainly expecting a lot more of an evenness. I think the red card in the first game probably changed that complexion of that game, but this game, it's 11 v 11. You're out the blocks. You've got 11 fresh men on either side. You've got to exert some of your will here if you're Indominator and you're the Netherlands. At the moment, just Germany just not allowing them to play whatsoever, and El Matador just putting his will on the game here, and is moving the ball about quite freely as well, might I add.
Looking very confident indeed in that middle third of the pitch is El Matador. Boadu through the middle though for the Netherlands. Can he find Weghorst? No, he can't. Not arriving onto the ball anyway, and well, in the end, fizzles out the attack there for the Netherlands. Amiri. Havertz looking for Waldschmidt again. Gundogan with the quick corner. Emre Can intercepts now. Sets Havertz away. Amiri as well. Playing with a certain swagger at the moment are Germany, and the referee probably will pull this one back. For the foul on Gundogan. We'll see what El Matador chooses to do from here.
We're going to be shoot.
Amiri, he does go for goal. Deflection off the wall. Will take all the sting off of it, but you're right, 5-1 up. Why not? Amiri, look at the run from Havertz here to make it 3, to make it 6. It's Germany 6, Netherlands 1. What is happening to the Flying Dutchman here?
Not watching a metronome when you're seeing Germany pass that well. It's just bang, touch, brilliant through ball. And again, it's Kai Havertz. And again, when you're in stat balancing, these players who are already very good, it just refines them just that little bit more. You can see that Havertz has really found his finishing touch here.
Well, take nothing away from El Matador, because as you said, metronomic with the passing. And one of the finest goals you'll see today. But the Netherlands have fallen off a cliff here. Werner, it could get even worse for them. Amiri has given away the foul, has he? No, the linesman's penalised. Waldschmidt, I think. For the offside. 3-0 up in the second leg in half an hour. Dominating from El Matador. The Dominator hasn't looked like scoring. Amiri. Waldschmidt's in behind here. Van Dijk has been found being overly patient there on the ball. Five minutes till half time. Havertz, Amiri tried to poke it through around the corner but couldn't quite do so. Half time on the horizon now, and you feel maybe a goal for the Netherlands might give them a bit of hope. But the way that El Matador is controlling this match at the moment, it doesn't look likely. So we enter the second half. It is Germany 6, Netherlands 1. And it could get even worse. Werner's through. Wow, Havertz arriving, and I think the referee's going to point to the spot here, is he? No, he's not.
I've seen them given. I can't lie, I have seen those given.
Well, when I saw him run towards the penalty box, I thought for sure the referee saw things the other way, but Netherlands arguably get away with one there. Depay, Boadu. You can see that the Netherlands again trying to use that succinct style of passing. It's not working out though. Werner's in through. He has Havertz in support as well. Goes for goal and finds it. Timo Werner to make things Germany 7, Netherlands 1. I mean, what do you say, Wes? It's too simple for Germany at this point. If Netherlands want aspirations of potentially lifting the trophy at the eEURO 2021 tournament, or even getting there in the first place, it has to be a bit tighter at the back than this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, this is arguably, the Netherlands' hardest game of the group. But ultimately, they need to be doing a lot better with what they've got. And if the sum of their parts is not where it should be, as I was about to be caught out with the curse of the commentator, but if the sum of their parts is not quite where it needs to be, then they need to figure out exactly what their game plan needs. What do they need to be successful? Because a cookie cutter formation around parts that don't quite have the same type of play style. I mean, you can see here every time the ball goes forward from Kroos to Amiri, you can see there that Havertz and Werner are already running. Brandt's there as well.
Oh, Toni Kroos to Brandt! That is a fabulous goal for Germany to make it 8-1.
One of the best team goals I've seen. Brilliant play, and again, just the idea to just loft it into the box. I mean, it looks so simple what Al Matador is doing here, but you would think, oh well, we can just lob it into the box. You don't really think of that when you're in the heat of the moment. You're just kind of there, just going, well, how can I get the quickest route to goal? Not, oh, actually, what's the most effective way to get to goal? And he's found that so many times this game. And Werner and Havertz as a combination are just unplayable at this point. And again, if you're the Netherlands, what do you do here? You can't just. I mean, at least with Eldridge's game, there may have been a slight excuse of we were playing against 10 men, but here there is no hiding. It's 11 versus 11. There is nothing to hide from here. There are no excuses here, and it's almost a worse result as a result. If this stays this way, it could even get even worse from here, Harry.
Well, you say there's no excuses, there's no place to hide. I will give them the benefit of the doubt that they did have to chase the game, so that can leave them exposed. Luuk de Jong, lovely dummy, has a shot on goal and gets one back for the Netherlands. It's 8-2 now. I don't think it will make too much of a difference for the final score. But the dummy, credit to a dominator. Lovely piece of skill to make the chance happen.
It's a very good piece of skill. It's one of the only pieces of skill that we've really seen from a dominator here. And again, it's a wonderful finish from de Jong. And I do take the point that the Netherlands are chasing the game, but it's only a 2-goal deficit. We've seen turnarounds through the qualification campaign of worse. I mean, I think if I cast my mind back to Italy versus Portugal, where I think it was Christopher that went and scored 6 goals in the game, and we've seen 6 goals in the game earlier on as well. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility. And arguably, you look at some of these teams and say, well, actually, the Netherlands have got an all-round better squad than some of these teams that have pulled off these comebacks. So it's just been lackluster, and I think it's been a little bit of lackluster play from the Netherlands, but El Matador in Germany have turned up and have been ruthless.
Oh, I was about to ask that exact question. This Amiri might have made it 9. I was going to ask how much of it was the Netherlands not turning up and how much of it was a vintage El Matador performance, because it is dizzying how well he is passing the ball around, El Matador, and as you said, like a fine wine, seems to get better with age.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. I think it's been a daunting task for a dominator to come into, and then it's just been compounded by a very early start. Don't forget, we had 2 goals in the first 10 minutes of the game. That will set the tone for any game of eFootball PES, as we've seen here.
Just absolutely incredible. Watching Germany come forward, El Matador seems to have so many options, so many triangles, and yet so many runners at the same time. Amiri had Havertz and Werner and Brandt, I think.
Yep. It's about knowing your squad. It's about knowing your squad and knowing how to put them to good use. You know, like we said, you're seeing as soon as I think it's Amiri or Emre Can or Toni Kroos, whoever it is in midfield, as soon as they pick that ball up, they've got 3 runners. They've got 3 runners that are going down that end of the pitch, and it works for them. Now, like we said, we've seen a lot of the same types of formations from Pro Pres players over the last couple of years, which try and focus on a 4-3-3, make it narrow, and try and attack through there. That only works if you've got the right personnel. If you've got.
Well, Boadu might have gotten another one back for the Netherlands, but it's just been one of those types of days for the Netherlands here.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's clipped the post, gone on the outside. On another day, it clips the inside and goes into the back of the net. But again, it's been a great performance for Germany. You can see they're 62% possession of the ball, and they've scored 5 goals. Normally, when you're in a game of eFootball Pairs, you get the possession, but you don't get the goals. This is a really, really brilliant performance.
Oh, Brandt, had he gotten a better touch there, could have made it. Germany 9, Netherlands 1, but it's nothing doing that time around. It's been a classy performance indeed. It could yet be 9. Brandt. Which way does he turn? Dumfries, has he done enough? Not quite yet. Tries to lob the keeper. And the referee puts the Netherlands out of their misery. Germany, a classy performance. Finish off an 8-2 rout to finish off today's stream. A fantastic evening's action in the eEURO 2021 playoffs. Thanks for joining us here. Wes, we'll just run through some of the results really quickly before we let people go and enjoy the rest of their evenings or mornings, afternoons, wherever you're joining us in the world. We started off today earlier on, Albania versus Russia. That ended 2-2. We then saw Ukraine take points away from Italy, the reigning champions having a bit of a slow start today. They then also drew with Turkey 4-4 on aggregate. We saw that earlier on. Ukraine then fell to Austria, which was kind of a bizarre result, but one that Austria needed. Austria seemed to lose to Turkey, which was, again, a bit back and forth, 7-3 that time around. And as we just saw, Germany with a really, really classy performance there against the Netherlands. Before we move on to the tables, Wes, I have to ask, does that type of performance from Germany put them as one of the favourites for the entire tournament, should they make it there in the summer? There's still time, of course, for them to fall out, but for me, a commanding scoreline like that against another top nation puts El Matador, Merriman, the rest of the German setup right in the driver's seat and right in contention for me.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, they are unlucky to be in this scenario. You know, the type of tiebreaker that it went down to, I think it was goals scored, overall, which I think is like the 4th different tiebreaker they could have had. Yeah. So you could argue that they shouldn't be here in the first place. But just that type of performance there proves exactly what they are capable of. And I think if and probably when they get through, and I know that's a bold prediction from me, but when they get through to the finals, I think they are ones to watch. They are very much in that bracket of Spain, Portugal, your Serbias of the world. Germany very much belong in that conversation.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up is obviously because they're facing another big nation in these playoff groups. Netherlands, of course, falling down to these playoffs as well. They have work to do. Whereas in the main groups, we don't get to see some of the bigger nations shine because, there's 55 nations. They all go into separate groups. So it's very unlikely you see 2 big nations in the same group. So, let's round up then, Wes, on some of the tables. I believe you've been keeping an eye on them all evening long. Who are the big winners, big losers out of today?
Yeah, so in terms of Group A, I mean, you're looking at tops. It's Germany with 9 points. You've got the Netherlands and Russia, who are on 7 points. So although the Netherlands took that heavy defeat, it hasn't really affected them all that much. They must have picked up points along the way. As we saw, Luxembourg are on 4 points. So again, Luxembourg not out of that kind of race for that third spot just yet. Albania's, we saw 1 point, which was at the start of the stream. That was the only point they got tonight. In terms of Group B, though, Group B is, your top of the table is separated by the bottom by 4 points.
Wow.
Italy are on 7 points. Turkey are on 7 points. Belgium are on 6. Ukraine are on 6. Oof. And then Austria are on 3 points. So it's very, very tight in that second group. And it's still also play for in that first one, because we've seen if you can time your run of results properly, there's a maximum of 12 points on offer the next match day. If you can claim them all, more often than not, you're probably going to a final. So it's just about what performances you can put in next match day.
Absolutely right. Thank you so much for your work this evening. Wes, we'll see you again next Monday when we round off the playoff groups. And don't forget, we have the top 3 spots in each of these groups will be joining the 10 already qualified nations at the eEURO 2021 finals this summer. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Harry Chandler, joined by Stuart Wesley as ever. We'll see you again next Monday, where we will send the final 6 nations and have our complete finals lineup. Make sure you're following all the relevant channels. Wherever you're watching us here today, you can watch again next Monday for the roundup. From me, Harry Channon, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you again on Monday.